Microphone check. Microphone check 1, 2. What's up, everybody? Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome in. Come in, come in, come in. I'm gonna make a command right about now that says when it starts, because I know we're going to get a lot of those questions, aren't we? Let's do that now. What's up, everyone? Welcome in. How's it going, guys? Good to see you all. Thanks for being here. Yes, CitizenCon Day. It is CitizenCon Day today. And we're going to be hanging out for a little while until it starts. There we go. Cool. Commands working. Crisis averted. Okay, Are we excited, everybody? Good evening, everyone. Welcome in. Hello. It's bloody Saturday. And it's bloody CitizenCon Day, everybody. All 2 hours of it.
It is time, gentlemen. Talks meat, talks meat, talks meat.
Yes! Excellent. Thank you very much for the Prime. Much appreciated. Welcome back. How you doing today? Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. 07s all around. How have you all been today? Are you excited for the future of Star Citizen? At least the next possibly 12 months. Who knows? Hey, who knows? Welcome in, everybody. Great to see you all here. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate it, or at least for now. Anybody that wants to go watch the real thing, of course, I don't blame you. I'm not going to tell you where to go for that and make it as hard as possible. But we'll be watching CitizenCon here live, and I'll be basically in the corner like this, or over here, or, you know, maybe even occasionally I'll just like go, whoa, and just get rid of myself completely. But you know, if you don't want any of me in the way, then I'm afraid the best bet is to go watch the real thing, all right? But I'm going to be watching it, reacting to it with you guys, and probably talking about it throughout over the next 2 hours, and then probably you know, talk about it afterwards as well, right? Break it down a little bit and talk about what we've seen. Yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. I actually didn't sleep last night either. I don't know if that's some sort of subconscious childish excitement, or nervousness, anxiousness. I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. I think I was anxious about today and anxious about what they're going to show, and probably a bit excited as well.
This needs to be done properly and done properly from the beginning.
Certainly does. Certainly does. Yeah. So, yeah, good to see you guys. What's up, everyone? Still on the road on the way down to a family thing. Watch some of last year's stuff and hope to see some more on the social tools they showed last year. More updates on social tools would be nice, for sure. Arch, yeah. Considering we've just had that slight update to party markers and things in 4.3.2, leads me to believe that maybe they're gearing up for that. I think they did say that the org tools would be in this year, so who knows? Maybe a 4.4 thing. Hey Carl, how's it going, man? Will we get any hold the line tier memes out of this sitcon? I don't think so, Charlie Mike. There's going to be no Squadron 42 discussions during this Digicon. Only Star Citizen stuff. No 1.0. No Squadron 42. Basically just what they've been working on over the next, for the last, year or whatever, and whatever we can expect for the next year ahead. Perseus, yeah, we're going to get a Perseus update. Frederick is very excited, as you can tell. Frederick's very excited. He's got his concierge plaque out behind everybody of his sacrifice. Good evening, Tomo M. How you doing, man? Oh, you just had win, GT. Roscoe, how's it going, dude? Nimble, what's up, dude? Careful, Detox, you'll end up like me after we left Hathor, falling asleep at Crew 1. Wait, you didn't actually fall asleep in the game, did you? Hey, Farseer, good evening, buddy. Socials and construction are my two hopiums. Yeah, base building, crafting, I'd like to see an update on. They gotta, right? They gotta give us an update on that. Org tools is definitely something I would like to see an update on, although I don't expect too much from org tools. Obviously, we're gonna get quite a few ship commercials, I expect, this Digicon. Hey, Corn, what's up, man? Those are my main things. And, the big debate is whether we're going to get Nix this year. I think we're definitely going to get a Nix update, but whether we get it actually this year or not, I don't know. I don't know yet. What's up, Devil? I'm related to Frederick, apparently. Are you related to Frederick? What are your predictions, Frederick? There you have it, guys. He's just... He can't even talk. He's so excited. He's so excited. He's got nothing to say. He's flabbergasted. Gobsmacked. Maybe we'll hear some more from him later on. Thanks, Frederick. You're not going to sit on your seat again now, are you, Frederick? Yeah, he's pretty good these days. He's pretty good. He likes to stay. He's pretty good at staying in position. Just wait for him to collapse any minute now. Yeah, it's exciting, man. I'm excited. I know it's only 2 hours. I really do wonder how much they're going to be able to squeeze in, but we will see. We have an hour and a half until the show starts. So in the meantime, like everybody else, I figure we do a bit of memory laning. Back down memory lane. We can either... I think we're going to probably give you guys 2 choices or 3 choices. In fact, I think I made a poll. Let's have a look. I made a little poll. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I did make a poll. So, Piggy, 90 minutes until Perseus launch. It's not launching today. It's launching for IAE, surely. I'm going to put a poll in chat, let you guys just choose, or at least vote on which memory lane you'd like us to take a stroll down. The CitizenCon 2024, last year's, or Gamescom 2017, which we started on Wednesday. We didn't finish.
Tax-yo.
Or any other one, and you can just put it in chat which one you'd rather watch. You think it might be today, Cole? Really? Interesting. Well, I would say IAE. I think it's going to be their main money maker for IAE, so... What's the one that showed off the junk planet? That is the Vertical Squadron 42 Vertical Slice, I think, mod. If you're talking about Odin. General So, thank you very much for the 71 months, buddy. Really appreciate that. Thanks, man. How are you doing today? Good to see you again. Here for the skeleton prop, 100%. I was laying in bed, scrolling through who I want to watch, and your prop won the day. Excellent, Robert. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, sorry. Frederick is very quiet. He tends to just... Well, he's my number one... He's my number one viewer. He's always here every stream. And we are thankful for his dedication. Otherwise, none of us would be here. Thank you, Circules. Appreciate that. Hello, hello. Yeah, you should be fine, Steve. I'd say you'd be fine there. 1080p should be no problem. That's the best one, the vertical slice. We're not going to do any Squadron 42. What I would like to do is watch one that's a little bit more relevant to this year. So, in my opinion, Gamescom 2017, because it shows off Nix and Levski. Well, not Nix. It shows off Delamar and Levski. Or CitizenCon 2024. And if we watch something a little bit from 2024, we're probably... The best bet would be to watch something like, you know, the crafting panel or something that's relevant to this year. Magpie, what's up, dude? VPN not voting not allowed. Let it be known for perpetuity that I chose SitCon 2024. Okay, well, it looks like actually most of you guys have went 2024. That's surprising. You don't want to watch... You don't want to see how far the Idris has come and how far Levski may have come compared to what we might see tonight? You just want to see more of last year's? And you mean to be honest, there's not many votes here. There are not many votes. There's only 8, 9. That's Frederick. Gigi, that's Frederick. Hey, Mavarius. How you doing today? Good to see you, man. Welcome. Excited to have you on one screen and my college football team on the other. Hope both are a win today. Ooh, it's really big, isn't it, college football in America? So, you got money on it or something? Fred, Master, can I go home yet? I wish to see the sun again. Who else said 17? We have barely any votes for 17. What's wrong with you guys? I was expecting 17. Do you think this will mostly just be a recap of last year, showing progress and promising a focus on features in 2026? Yeah, probably, Corn. Probably a good way to put it, man. Yeah. One of them is yours, GT. I'd like to see the org panel again. Would you? The org panel? Okay. You think we're going to get a good update on that tonight, Tiref? All right, Days, no worries. Thank you, Archangel. Good to see you, dude. Thank you for that. So, also, I only have pre-roll ads for today's stream and possibly no ads on YouTube during the live stream. So, there shouldn't be any ad interruptions once you're watching today. Shouldn't be. I basically demonetized live streams for this today, so you shouldn't be getting any ads. So, Steve, we're going to probably watch some of the... we're going to take a look at some of the old ones, walk down memory lane like we do every year, and sort of compare, hopefully, to what we have coming up in about an hour and a half at this point. All right, popping off for a bit, see you all in a bit. All right, Stixie, see you in a bit, buddy. Half Human, hello, welcome back. Did the big monitor arrive? It did arrive, de facto, and it's bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's bigger than I thought. It's not in yet. This is just still my 27-inch. I made a grave error, which was a nice surprise. I thought I had a 32-inch. So when I ordered the 4K 32-inch, I thought it would easily slip into this space. But I got it wrong. Hammer Berlin with the bits. Thank you, my dude.
Will we see things today never seen before? Let's see. Oh, 7.
Probably not. So I ordered the 32-inch, but this is actually a 27-inch. So, yeah, I'm probably next week I'm going to start putting in the monitor, the 4K, and I'm going to have a lot more... I'm going to have to make a lot more room. These are going to have to move over some more, and yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if this monitor can go any higher. It might be a bit of a squeeze. But when I looked at it and got the monitor out, and I was like, oh my god, it's 32! I'm gaining 5 inches! Something I never thought I'd be able to say in my life. It's happening. I'm gaining 5 inches, everybody. 5 inches. You should go back to Forever Winter soon, D. It's changed a lot since you last played. They've added old tunnel systems that you need to go through to get to the maps. Oh, cool. I have been meaning to check it out at some point. mod and doing like an updated video for sure, but I feel so out of the loop now. Hey, Void Shaman, welcome back. Hey, Black, what's up, dude? Fledger, thank you, dude. How are you today? Ultimatum, good evening. Decorating tools put away for the night. Curry order being phoned in by Mrs. Flack. Beer is chilling. Credit card is on a time lock in case they drop things in the store. I am as sick on ready as I'm gonna get. Good point. I don't have my credit card ready, but I do have brewskis. Much to the disappointment of many of you, it is a cause. Brewskis at the ready. Popcorn at the ready. Copium at the ready. All right, I'm set. I am ready to rock. I'm ready to get coped out of my mind. How about 32 in the middle, 27s either side, and use a little one at the top? No, the 27s wouldn't fit unless I made them portrait. GT, I think. The internet ads are true. Wait, what internet ads? I am really unready. Yeah, you got to be ready, man. You got to be ready. Nah, we got to like set our expectations here. I don't want to get you guys too hyped. It's 2 hours, right? It's 2 hours digital con. It's not going to be the same as it normally is. It's probably going to be really mellow. You know, it's going to be like half an hour of John Crew talking about why they decided to put a certain angle on a new ship or on the Perseus, right? We got to taper our expectations here. Yeah, it's cause because look, you hard nuts. It's lager, all right? You don't need to be hard nut with your lager. It's the ales. That's when you got to be a little bit more, what's the word? Anal about your drinking choices. Lager, I don't care. I like it to be smooth and crisp. That's all I want it to be when it comes to lager. Ales, that's when I start getting more fussy about the taste, right? Fussy about how strong it is and you know, how dark or rich it is, and just cool it with your lager snobbery, all right? Just cool it. It's like my first rodeo. Hey, Shepherds, what's up? I hope the connection's going to hold. I'm sure it will. Detox, that's rat's piss. Must be why it's so damn popular. One of the most popular lagers, I guess. Yeah, you guys are all just... you're just such connoisseurs of beer and lager that, you know, no one else gets it. Have you plugged the coping can into your computer? I haven't. Not yet. Is that what I need to do, TRF, to download as much copium as I can from today? Damn it. Have you told your parents you drink Coors yet? Everybody talking shit are all one beer Andes, and you all enjoyed as well. You're just not man enough to admit it. Just played an hour or so for the first time in years. So much more complicated now. Really, Phil? No way. More complicated? I would have said it probably got... Well, I guess there's a lot more going on, depending on when you last played. I like Pilsners too, Berlin. Pilsners are lovely. I prefer Pilsners, but... I like a good, cheap, easy-to-drink lager at home. It's Pizza God, what up? Oh, master modes. Yeah, master modes. Okay, fair. That's true. I'm on your side for this detox, but appealing to popularity isn't a great strategy. Bud Light is very popular over here. Not great. Appealing to... Oh, okay. Right. I see. Yeah, but you guys, you know, there's a lot of politics involved with your beers and shit out there. In the UK, it's like, does it taste of piss or not? It's about as far as it goes. Yo, Alex, thank you, dude. How you doing? Cheers, Sideshow. Cheers. All right, so we only have a little while until the official show starts, really. There are a lot of people waiting. There are a lot of people chatting in the YouTube, scheduled for 84 minutes, the live show, 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. UK time, 7 p.m. UTC, 84 minutes from now, everybody. Exclamation point when, for anybody that needs confirmation of what the time is again. We're ready to go. Oh shit, sorry, Robert. Right, Piggy? What up, Raven? How you doing, dude? Good evening. Cause the true drink of fine beer drinkers in the trailer lot. You see, we don't even have trailer lots in the UK, so I don't have to worry about that. It's fantastic. You're right, Apollo. That is when it starts. Yes, an hour and 25 minutes. 84 minutes. All right, so everybody's voted for 2024. So now you're all going to have to scream in chat. Do we go with the crafting panel, or do we go with the org tools panel? Those are two things we may see an update on today. Just shout it in chat, because I don't have another poll ready, and, you know, you guys are across YouTube and Twitch, so I can't do both. I don't know if we'll have time for both. All right, I'm going to have to eyeball this. Org tools, crafting, org... Oh, for fuck's sake, it's 50-50 almost already. Why couldn't it just be easy? This is why we definitely need polls. All right, I'll do another poll. Flip a coin. I don't have a coin. We'll do another poll real quick. All right, just hold, everybody. Hold. Hold, my friends. Hold my beer. Okay, poll link is in the chat. Feel free to vote away. Feel free to vote away, everybody. How about you choose? It's your fucking... Look, sometimes I like to pretend it's democracy, GT. You know, keep them coming back. Crafting, org, crafting. Crafting is leading. Surprising. Crafting. You want to go with the crafting. Revisit the crafting panel. Okay. All right, it's looking pretty convincing. If you vote for crafting, you are a Bob. Is it too early? Is it too early for this, or... we wait until the actual con starts? Jesus, that was unnecessarily difficult.
Hey ya at Talks. Happy Sitcon. Excited?
Yeah, Emperor, what's up, man? How you doing today?
This needs to be done properly and done properly from the beginning.
I am excited. Are you excited, dude? Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Do you like my bottle opener? It's Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah. If you're awake, it's not too early. All right. Yes, I am excited. How are you feeling, Emperor? Not long, dude. Not long. We have an hour and 20 minutes at this point. So we're going to take a look at the crafting panel from 2024. And then we should be ready. Once we've kind of gotten through that, we should be ready to enjoy some fresh copium. And get ready to download the fresh copium, everybody. Can we get a base building? It's kind of... This is that panel. Crafting your home is that panel, ultimately. I got no bingo cards this year, Bob. If it was going to be like multiple days and panels and things, I probably would have, but it's 2 hours is too short, and I would just be managing the bingo for the 2 hours and not taking in what's going on, so... Getting excited, Emperor. It's that time of year, man. It's the time of year. All Star Citizens. Haters and non-haters and, you know, grumblers alike. Everybody gets excited this time of year. Oh, Berlin, thank you for the bits.
Hype train is on the way.
Thank you very much, Berlin. Appreciate that.
We should watch the org tools because they probably won't show anything on that Talks LUL.
Don't try and convince me with money, GT. Nice try. It almost worked. Thank you very much. The democracy has spoken. Pedro can barely contain his excitement. I know, Snake. How's it going, buddy? I actually got him to come over and talk to you guys earlier, but he didn't respond. So the other thing is I'm probably going to turn the alerts and everything right down. They're going to be quieter. Okay, so let's test that. They'll be a little bit quieter, right? I don't want to interrupt. Let's test one here. So they will be a little bit quieter.
Is on the way.
So will sound bites and things. I think.
Only 1 hour, 20 minutes left until Persis launch.
Maybe a little bit louder. Why are you guys saying Persis launch? I don't understand. No, not yet, Dennis. Not yet, buddy. Next week, I think I'll do it. Big Welsh, how's it going, man? Good evening to you. Sorry, I had to go to the shop. Did we decide on pausing after each big thing to discuss? Haven't presented that yet to the chat, Shaman. Yeah, I think so too, Ultimatum. I haven't asked that to the chat yet, really. Like, do we just, guys, would you rather we just watched it all the way through together and I just sort of talk over it in certain moments when it's happening? Or would you prefer I pause the live? This is what I'm referring to, the live CitizenCon. Would you prefer I like paused it and then, you know, once something big happens, pause it, talk about it, and then continue? No pause. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we'll just keep running it. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So I'll just try not to talk over stuff, basically. Okay. Plus, you know, don't forget, you guys can watch the damn thing cleanly through their channels. You could even do both if you wanted to, but I appreciate you guys coming here and hanging out with us and talking about it with us all as well. No pause. No pause, says B right. No pause. I think you should not talk in no face cam, in my opinion. I think that's an even better idea. I'm just going to sit here and restream it. Yeah. So would this be better, guys? There we go. I think that's probably the best. Sorry, I'm just going to stop talking. There we go. Yeah, that's better. No stream. I think that's an even better idea, Dennis. That's an even better idea. Yeah, I'm going to just turn the stream off. Thanks for coming by, everybody. I really do appreciate it, but I will be back after CitizenCon. All right. Let's get this underway, because we are not going to be able to get through this whole panel at this rate.
Thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out.
Few minor glitches?
We got something
it crashed twice.
This needs to be done properly and done properly from the
beginning.
beginning.
Instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them.
Dennis,
crafting offers progression.
Thank you so much,
You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them.
Welcome in.
Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair.
Yo,
but nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building.
Reiterate again that
we're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices.
So choices. Bear in mind as well that they've said that they've done a multiplayer crafting test, like behind closed doors already. So very likely we will see a nice update on this in about an hour. I freaking hope we do. I'd be mad if we don't.
This will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself.
I'm wondering that too, Colin.
So where do we get started with crafting?
Yo, Cyborg Stickman, what's up, dudes?
Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game.
Yeah.
And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize.
All right, buddy. No worries,
So
man.
for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique material.
It was in the monthly report, Corn. It was in the monthly report. It just said that they completed some sort of multiplayer crafting test.
Together. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use
Mighty Panda.
the right
What's up, man?
gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints.
Yeah.
So now
So
that you've got...
they have also put in some of these things already, right? Some of these gathering materials. Some of these things have been put in since this already. So it's like they're slowly populating stuff. Kind of hoping Galaxy will be coming out soon with Perseus. I honestly don't know about the Galaxy. Soon, I don't know about that. Like the Perseus has been probably taking up their whole RSI pipeline team, right? Also, have the salvage rubble powder chunk is the first part of what he's
all these
discussing
materials. What do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items. Weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
I'm with you, Dennis.
Right?
This was a massive mind blown, like vehicles and ship crafting. I don't think anyone really expected
And
that.
by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear
Thanks,
that you
Varric.
create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
Now, I'm not expecting that sort of crafting for years at this point,
But crafting just isn't in with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
and this is huge as well. Allow you to set up trade
Got a lot
posts.
here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point.
Because that's very Star Wars Galaxy.
Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper.
Yeah, I get what you guys are saying. Why would crafting be better than buying a ship from the company that builds ships? I think it's because they want, them shifting from the game being so NPC dominated and Quanta dominated, and they're shifting more to a player economy. So they essentially want our players to start becoming the corporations, I think, the manufacturers. They want to facilitate the player crafting economy now, which was a big shift this year. That was never really in a question. Like, that was never really going to be a thing in Star Citizen. So they're really trying to, like, they even show you later on in the presentation, like they show one guy's base that's set up as with multiple different factories going, right? And then one of them opens up the door and there's a ship crafting in the middle, inside it and stuff like that. So they want us to like they want us to, it's almost like they, you know, basically gave up on Tony Z's idea and were just like, fuck it, we'll let the players, fuck it, we're thinking about crafting and everything anyway, we'll just let the players do it all. I'm all for it, but yeah, from a lore perspective, doesn't really make sense when these manufacturers have crazy budgets and they're pushing out these crazy ship commercials, and then suddenly, like you said, Bob in his garage is customizing their kits and selling a souped up model. Yeah, it's a good and bad thing. Player-driven economies need governance. Yeah, exactly. But so would Quanta. They're so far away from being able to have a player build a shop on a moon and sell to passing players and not just have an A2 drop a Moab on it. True. Yeah, true. It's going to be kit-based stuff though, right? No, I mean, well, they've said that they'll be better than the manufacturer stock bought stuff, right? So you'll be able to make modifications to the hulls. And I think they even explain it, don't they? That it's like the manufacturers sell the blueprints or something, or you can't buy modded military equipment IRL just like that. Yeah, but this is, you know, the space is the Wild West, don't forget.
Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here. And we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building.
This guy's relatively new. He came in in 2019,
Starting
I think.
off,
To
please
me, that's
welcome
like
Jacob
new.
Taylor to the stage.
Or was it later than that? Thank you, Jake. The fucking swagger walk on this guy.
Thank you, Rick.
Almost in
and
slow
hello,
motion.
CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay.
I know,
but I
that's
think
amazing.
it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing.
How does it work in, say, Star Wars, right? Because I guess they're not really... I guess when you look at Star Wars, it's people that basically just tweaking existing manufactured ships. And they're not selling them on a production line. They're not building them on a production line, which is basically what CIG wants us to do in this game. You can't really explain it. I just don't think you're going to be able to really explain it away very well. Like, if they really wanted to try and explain it away in-game, they would only let you set up manufacturing for certain ships. Well, pretty much all of them, like outside of UE-regulated systems, like, which might actually even be the case. Who knows? But, you know, Hurston Dynamics or Crusader isn't going to let you set up a bloody factory on Microtech churning out Crusader ships, are they? You know, they're going to come shut you. Should probably kill you. You know, a corporation that big would just get rid of you if you were like threatening their business. So I don't know. They like if they really were going to be anal about the law, they would have to make it so that you can only set up ship manufacturing and stuff on certain planets or something, on certain jurisdictions. Yeah. Hey, if they frame the law to be similar to Star Sector blueprints locked behind DRM and blueprints going around are expensive as hell, well, they have said that blueprints are going to be hard to come by. You know, the blueprints are going to be one of those things you have to earn via missions, reputation, raids, and things. Sid, thank you so much. 53 months.
You know I have to 0707777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777
777777777777777. Thank you, Sid. Yeah. They kind of have it in Star Wars lore with uglies, like the TIE wings, similar to the Raider ships we saw in one of the Squadron 42 vids of modified Cuddies and Mustangs. Yeah, but they're just modified, right? I mean, like I'd assume that's just someone's taken one from Drake and cut this from Drake and modified it, right? Yeah, it doesn't do the meme, Camper, because it's Morgan Freeman, doesn't work. I think it only works with Brian.
Starting with blueprints. Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later.
Yeah.
So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that.
CitizenCon starts in an hour.
We have a new concept for materials.
1 hour.
Material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low-quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for?
Quality.
It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stats system to the game.
I would agree, J-Fox. That's what I got really excited about. Even this looks Star Wars Galaxy-ish. Even this screen, like their crafting menu that they've obviously just, mocked up in Photoshop, whatever, kind of looks SWG-ish.
This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
Even chefs. Probably some good laptops, David. I wouldn't know. I don't play with laptops, I'm afraid.
So, as I
PC
said,
would get hot.
The quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle.
Hey, Peeper. Glad to hear that, man. I hope
Here
you
we
enjoy
see
it.
I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have.
Yeah.
To go even further,
This is so Star Wars
researching your
Galaxies.
fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you.
Integrity, do you reckon it's durability? That's a good question. Yeah, probably. And boy does the game need it. Absolutely. Could be right. They may have answered that in a Q&A. So if you find an extremely good item or ore, does that mean it spawns there every time or just once? That is down to Genesis, which we saw in the other panel in 2024, Dennis. Genesis is like the new world building living system that they're developing, which basically determines like how resources are spread out across planets and moons. That is, it's sort of up for we don't know 100% yet how it will work, but it would make sense that it's not always going to be spawning in the same spot. It would really suck if every resource just continuously spawned in the same spot. But the Genesis panel during this same CitizenCon kind of gave you an idea of what to expect from that. Like why, like they want resources to populate in certain areas where it wouldn't be systemic, where it would make sense. You know, like a certain quality of wood would only be found in this certain area of the planet near certain other environmental factors that allowed that tree to grow, right? But then they could also have some other resources that are whatever the law, you know, the environmental law around them would allow them to populate multiple places and change locations as well. Will we see anything happen on the store today? Probably pine cones. Probably see some discounted packs and things, I think.
Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being
Hope
the
so,
most
Peter.
basic
That's my
version of the item,
one of my main hopes.
and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive
I
materials.
know, thanks guys. Yeah.
But you can also craft vehicles.
So my partner anniversary is tomorrow, but it gives me the celebration on Twitch for like a week, multiple days either side. So 12th of October is actually my partner day. Crafting vehicles up to tier 5. Yeah.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier
Established
equipment.
vehicle owners. In other words, people with fat wallets. For those of you who are whales, we know you don't need to craft any new ships. This is how you can make your existing ships even better. This is last year's GTD. So we're just watching some of last year's, and then in 55 minutes, Digicon will begin. No. There's been a lot of progress on last year. Kills a lot. But this, no. We haven't had any crafting. No base building yet. Who knows if we'll get some crafting, small elements of it by the end of the year. Thanks, Foxel. What's up?
Made from high-quality materials.
Yeah, automated.
See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive. And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
People in the crowd. Jesus.
So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process.
Also, we just saw, some updates on how crafting affects, let's say, the quantum drive, right? Spooling faster, like you just said. That is why we're getting one of the reasons we're getting the new flight model that we're getting, where they're unifying the throttle and everything, because they're laying the groundwork for crafted components in the future to actually affect how your ship flies, how your ship moves, how fast the quantum drive can spool once you can craft quantum drives, etc. So the new flight model we're getting, the reason they're doing that is because, they need to obviously tweak it some more, but they're also starting to lay the groundwork for crafted ships and crafted components to affect the way your ship behaves. Oh yeah, I know that, Verdi. I know that, Verdi. I don't care. They're not going to ban me. Thanks, though.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Do you know what? All I need to do, Verdi, is turn off the YouTube and Twitch badges, and they'd never know. It's such a dumb rule. It's such a stupid rule. Twitch can shove it up their arse.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team.
All right, GTD,
we
sounds good, man.
now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession.
Who's coming back?
You will start with
Amaranth?
acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation, and...
Oh. I thought you were memeing about Amaranth, Wanvu. We have a meme about that here. Hey, Nova, what's up, dude? Clacky, how you doing today? Happy scam day, dude.
mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire.
Daniel.
While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know, Jeff. Like, I don't know. I think they do discuss that at some point during the CitizenCon about, you know, blueprints being permanently available to you once you've learned them. You know, there's not like a set amount of uses you can get out of it, right? So you have to go find a new blueprint. Once you've learned it, you're good forever. You don't need to get that blueprint ever again. There is like there's something they do to sort of counter that being a problem, as in, like, you know, making you seek out more blueprints. Like, if they've said that there would be thousands. I think they at least said that there would be thousands of blueprints ultimately. So you'll never, like, run out of blueprints to acquire, but... Thanks, MPEG. What's up, man? Good to see you. Skyven, hello. What's up, dudes? Yeah, but Jeff's talking about the fact that once you've learned one blueprint, you'll never need to learn it again. Temporary blueprints work. We've seen that with Dune Awakening. I like how they did that with Dune Awakening. You had to get the blueprint, and then you could only build it once, and then, you know, you were done. Yo, Scott, what's up? Yeah, we've got 45 minutes until Digicon starts now.
You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further.
Yeah, this is where exploration gameplay in Star Citizen begins to exist, Sideshow. And, you know, also potentially as far as it really ever goes. But, yeah, exploration in Star Citizen is going to come down to you surveying planets, surveying weather reports, finding transient wormholes, you know. That's going to be the bulk of exploration gameplay, I feel like. Hey, Clovis, how's it going? Predictions the same as everybody else's, really, Scott. Nick's update, Levski update, Perseus, ship commercials, hopefully crafting, hopefully base building. What are the other things? Something else. A few other things. What the hell? Mine's gone blank suddenly. Yeah, it's going to be, you know, pretty much updates on everything we saw last year, I would say, and upcoming features we can expect for them to at least engineering, expect for them to work on next year. Yeah, engineering, Starware, maybe. Yeah, I think we're going to probably see a lot of time taken up with ships, which will be a bit annoying in my opinion, but All those things I just listed, Clovis, to be honest. What up, Dead Tired? How you doing? Hope you see data running.
Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later.
Fabrication hangar behind. Yeah, look at the side of that thing. Jesus, I didn't notice that before. Ha! I mean, Jesus, what are you building on that? Big ships. Yeah, Scott, everyone's already given me shit for the cause. I don't care. It's easily drinkable and it's cheap. All right, that's all I care for from lager. I'm not fancy with my lagers. Can you craft crafting machines? Probably. Oh, guild? Yeah, probably. Thanks, Night Hollow. Maybe we can buy a tier 0 crafting ship today, but wait, no concept sales, may be flyable but not usable. Today? No, that's some crazy code, Klaus. I mean, you can already buy the concepts for crafting things. Pioneer, for example. Pioneer is the new massive movable base, crafting base, right? Probably in the next big update, no ski. Maybe in 4.4 live. They're getting them in quite quick these days. Did they even ever further define the blueprint claim process? Will blueprints be lootable from players before they claim them? Yeah, I believe so. He's a basic bitch when it comes to lager. Yeah, I drink. I like the. I mean, there really isn't anything fancy about lager. It's all the same. It's just either slightly more carbonated or slightly less carbonated. And, you know, you have beers like Peroni, which is like, they charge you a premium price. It's not a premium taste. It's no different to a fucking pint of Amstel, really. Just more carbonated. Snake. Yeah, anyway. Nutrition Fab's going to be cool. It'll be time for Soil and Greens. Yeah. I'll never be hungry or thirsty again, Nova.
Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward.
Funny, Apollo.
As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints.
Interesting.
That means Our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints.
Okay, so 1,000 blueprints is their goal. Jesus, I thought they were going to go for more than that. I suppose that's a lot.
And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so.
Yeah, Mod,
It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People.
This is before 2.0 came out, by the way. So, probably not going to stumble over Jimmy Bob's grade A, triple, quadruple, military spec P4 anytime soon. Well, yeah, obviously they want us to be able to loot things again at some point, but who knows, eh? I think so, Berlin. I want Ultra Cruise Lux, like the slurm from Futurama, where you become increasingly addicted to it. They're giving us skills eventually, Mike. Their plan is to introduce skills as well.
People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will...
That being said, I don't think they're going to have like skill points for crafting. They might give us skills that help with crafting in some way, but
continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game.
30 minutes,
and
35 minutes.
You might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good morning, citizens.
Oh God, I remember the breathing on this one. It's so heavy. Breathing
Who's
into my
excited
soul.
to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures.
Hello, Danny.
Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you.
So this is what I am hoping to see an update on in a minute. I'm really hoping to see an update on this today. And if by some miracle we do get some sort of base building this year or early next year or something, which I don't expect, I imagine it will be in the capacity of something like this, where we can build a little hovel, little house with a few little basic crafting stations in it or something. Yeah, the mic is right by his nose. There's actually like they do commonly put the mic quite far up and away from the mouth, because they usually do it with talent that don't have experience being mic'd up, because when they put it too close to the mouth, it usually gets gobbled up, and it has like a similar effect actually to what you're hearing now. I think it's just a little bit too close to this man's nose. It needs to be lower or something. But normally for things like this, when the talent isn't like used to wearing mics, they usually keep them away from their mouth, because it usually leads to bad things.
Building our own habitable home on Pyro.
What's up, Bart?
Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources.
Demo ends within seconds because some fucker with his A2 is overhead.
Is a real cool guy.
Oh, what's going on?
In chat.
I can hear Disco.
I see Twitch, but YouTube.
I was watching poor Detox, and it was not a.
Disco is a real cool guy.
sight.
YouTube.
The stream is live. The stream is live. I guess they're just getting things prepped. A little bit of prep. Theory versus reality. A2, yeah. Sorry, we had to stop the demo because there's
Kenzo says
conveyor belt
not a cool guy
of players with A2 bombs dropping on everyone trying to build their first home. Hey, Nubsley, how you doing, man? Imagine you get called out. I would never get called out. I'm not that important.
All right, we're going to start our 30-minute countdown in about 2 minutes.
All right, 30-minute countdown. Right, Roscoe? That's what I'm thinking, dude. That's what I'm thinking. The hope,
question,
the hope in me.
How many fingers am I holding up?
4. Oh, Jared, show me the money. Show me the money. He ain't gonna say. All right. I don't want to move off this just in case. Well, they're not going to show anything yet, right? But I'm sure they'll put a countdown on. It's literally. Yeah, 31 minutes now until CitizenCon starts, so. That's a great idea, Void. That would be a good idea. Do all the ship trailers before the con itself. But then it would only be an hour and a half long. Well, Panda, this is last year's presentation we're watching right now. The actual con starts in 30 minutes. We're just catching up with last year's. There it is. All right, I can relax now. The timer has begun. 29 minutes, everybody. 29 minutes. All right. Let's mute that here. And we'll continue with a little bit more of the base building presentation from last year. So as I was saying, Yeah, like if we're going to get anything, it would be, in my opinion, the first thing we're going to get with base building is this thing.
And the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
Yeah.
A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable, augmented view of the land.
Like, how you doing, buddy?
In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic.
So this is some of the things they've got there, but it's probably all placeholder, right? Living quarters, solid extractor, construction hub, straight passage, construction hub, hangar. They doubled up a bunch of shit. Oh, small, medium, large. These are different sizes.
Structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But
the freaking RTS view is nuts. Say goodbye to sneak attacks and flanking maneuvers. You're just whoever's sitting in the construction terminal is going to be able to predict and see every attack coming. We're watching last year's for now, Jupiter. Yeah, we have 27 minutes until the next one goes live.
Before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode.
Not yet, okay, 27 minutes.
Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that will solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode. But we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here.
This is all a year ago at this point.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now.
You'd want to hope they've progressed, right, from this point.
As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. we made it our own little home.
Well, the dev
We
did.
hooked it up with power.
Declan didn't.
I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Friendly A2 inbound. Friendly A2 inbound. So, like, honestly, if the first iteration of base building, I do think it would be something like this. And I'm talking about, like, tech preview, right? They open up a tech preview. They give people the ability to move that little builder cart around and place 1 or 2 buildings. Whatever they do with base building, in my opinion, the first iteration should at least include something that has utility. So either a fuel generator or like a mining rig or something, like a simple mining rig that you can place down and it will, I don't know, generate X amount of ore per second or something, turns it into a SKU box, and you can go ferry it up and refine it or something, you know? But then you also have to like keep it fueled and replace the fuses and shit. That doesn't seem too far-fetched to me. I'll be disappointed if they... I won't be completely disappointed, but if it's just
now that
a
we have a rough
homestead
understanding
you
of
can
how
build...
base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to
They
find
can
a
sell
good
the
location,
shit out of this too.
to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on?
Imagine the hell. Think about how hard it is to use the star map 13 years in. 10 years in, however long we've had the star map, and then imagine like this. Trying to build bases and this kind of stuff. It's going to be a nightmare. This is last year's collectors.
Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram.
Hey, Coulter, what up, dude?
From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager.
Oh, really, Pizza God? Should we take a look? Let's have a look. Oh, you liar. You liar. Liar! One every couple of minutes, I swear. We hold. 18 minutes, everybody. 18 minutes. Hell yeah, Dennis. The dream, baby. They've been playing player commercials. Oh, yeah, they wanted people to submit stuff, didn't they? Yeah.
$180 minutes until purses launch.
You mean 18?
Would you like to know more?
This is good. Oh, no. Been far enough flares. Wow. Wow. That was pretty good. Prepare your disappointments. Don't be so negative, Devil. What the hell? I didn't know you were a negative Nancy. One more flare would have done it. Yeah, you got to drop the whole lot. Pretty much so, yeah. Avenger 1 meltdown. So 17 minutes to the real deal, guys. Again, we're just watching some of the old panels from last year at the moment. Are you talking about me, Wanvu, or yourself? My family knows what day it is. They saw me reaching for the consolation beers and the popcorn. Hide your kids, hide your wife. It's CitizenCon Day. This time is for CitizenCon, Grithik. They upgraded the SC logo, didn't they? Very slightly if they did. I'm pretty happy with it. My expectations are set, Colexus. They're not high. They're not low either. They're comfortable. No, sweetheart, it's Daddy's Spaceship Day. Yeah. I'll make it up to her tomorrow. We took her swimming today. Well, swimming lessons. We've been hanging out. Alright, that's cooking. 15 minutes left. A little bit left of this panel while we wait.
Provide structures with power. We can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER.
I'm going to skip to the bit where they show off more of the buildings and things.
All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Big Welsh. I feel honored.
My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2.
The fucking Eye of Sauron.
Small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building one structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together, just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
Hope you're not being serious, Scornion.
All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large, solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas, depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on.
Right, so?
We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
You see, I don't know, my cope is that none of this is in the realms of, you know, outside the realms of next year, at least, right? All the dependencies are there. We have fuse system that I guess doesn't fully work yet. We have wear and tear. We have multi-tools that can repair, like, you know, surface level damage. We have material refining and things, right? We have large mining nodes. Just make it so you can put a base over it and put a rig over it and start mining automatically. Just cosmetic, Scott, but that's all I'm talking about. This is all in engine, Dennis. But it's Star Citizen, it's CIG, it doesn't mean anything. We you know, we've seen things like this over the years, and they've been nowhere close to completed.
All right, now we want to turn those raw resources
right in the
into more
background,
valuable refined materials. We saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and
Sorry,
output
Gage,
grids
am I
for
doing
input,
it into the mic?
As you might expect, it's for the resources which are going to
I'm like
consume,
mid-thought.
and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is a terminal where you select
popcorn.
which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want.
I'll try to stop.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
You never take us to swimming. What kind of parasocial relationship is this?
Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
A single play, yeah. Pretty easy. Easy stuff.
We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible.
This is like the level of base building we have in Silica,
and with
like a
base
year
building,
ago.
we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage.
Now that is going to be like networked freight elevators. That sounds like some shit that CIG is going to struggle with for years. Unless they've somehow nailed it down since the last, you know, resource drive debacle.
So as we're doing here,
we'll
deposit an item on freight elevator A. and then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is
Friendly
a
A2
distance
inbound.
limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that, and it has to all be contained within the same base.
Well, there's no inclination that's coming, is there, Stickman?
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish.
Amazing. Amazing Imaginarium and Copium and Hopium. Right, guys, we have 9 minutes. So I tell you what, we're going to sit here so make sure we don't miss anything. And I'm sorry to cut it short there, but the real thing is starting very soon. I'm going to sit here and hang out. I'm going to turn alerts and sound bites down, okay? TTS, everything, please bear that in mind. I don't want anybody upset. Turning that down. And we are going to see what they got for us this year. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab another brewski.
8 minutes until Persis lunch.
Something wrong with this computer.
If they start selling the Perseus or launching it, I'll just apply my upgrade and have some fun. I hope you're right. I'm going to do a quick F5 on this just to make sure we're all maximally caught up. All right, here we go. 7 minutes, everybody. Prediction? Pain. Good luck, CIG.
Where's a gift, not a gift?
If we don't get some bone, I'm going to be disappointed. Wait, what? Like throwing you a bone? Can you tell us what drinking game we're playing for this? Finish your drink every time there's a ship commercial. Oh, Bone! The Bone guy. Okay. Actually pretty good. Relatable. Relatable. Those goddamn Wonka Vaders from hell. Holy shit, Clovis. Clovis is a 6-pack deep already. Wow, he needs it more than I do, apparently. You haven't been playing long enough then, Apollo. If you've never died to an elevator, that's crazy. Bone's probably been put off for life for doing any more presentations. He seems like a really sort of chill, introverted guy. Yeah, right, First Emperor? First one to open their wallet loses. Yes. Drink every time you get the desire to spend money. Elevate is the best gameplay. They are the closest thing we have to gambling in Star Citizen. Will it work? Won't it work? Shall I get in? Should I not? Ooh. Where am I going to end up if I do get in? It's exciting. Yeah, Kappa. It gets put in front of a lot of people, CitizenCon, every year, so they've got to slip they've got to make it look good. They've got to put it in juicy marketing. This is their time to show the game to the world again. Think about how many people how much interest they captured from 2023 when they showed the Star Engine trailer. The whole fucking gaming world was reacting to it. This isn't going to be along the lines of 2023 or 2024, but, you know. I'm still excited. I'm hopeful. Oh no, Ultimatum.
Just want to
Bruh.
reiterate again that every aspect of Star Citizen is still a work in progress.
2 years ago, Star Engine Nova. Fucking madness. 2 years ago, we had to... Literally Piggy's character.
One day.
Hey, what's up, man?
Group this time of year again, eh?
It is, my friend. Thank you very much for the 93 months. Really appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. How you doing? How you? Hope you're well.
2 minutes until Persis launch.
Thanks, Hayes. Really appreciate it. My views and people are ready, and the wife is in the dark. Mentally, physically, or both? Thanks, Piggy, for the bits. Yeah, alerts again. Alerts and sound bites are all turned down for this. Remember, if I'm annoying you, please feel free to go watch the main live stream. I wouldn't blame you. Otherwise, I will be here, providing commentary now and then and reacting with you guys. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, 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 cheers. Cheers. You might need to refresh the stream. It does that sometimes, Scornio. It's just Twitch's bitrate being finicky. How much you guys want to bet that it starts with, "Hi, everybody"? No, probably not, actually. 2026 sitcom meetup when? I don't know. It depends where it is, Addicts. Hey, everybody. Might even open with Chris. Might even open with the man himself. That's a good point. It's going to open with a recap of last year, and then it's going to go into Chris giving a tearful speech. He's going to tell us that they've reached a second inflection point with Squadron 42. And it's going to be a couple more years yet. We just need a couple more years. We hope you understand. Will there be any nudity? Only from me if they announce base buildings coming before the end of the year, Hest. They're moving into polishing the polish face.
Persis launching now.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly, at scale, for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse, with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters' assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star Citizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month. And Star Citizen's 3rd system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
It's happening!
2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year. But in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Well, it is coming this year then. Concurrency, I want to know how many people are actually playing. Like, it doesn't matter if it's 45% of 1,000 people, right? I want to know how many people are actually playing. I wish they'd tell us that. Wow. I was wrong, very wrong. Question is, what's Nyx gonna have? Doesn't matter if it's another system, but nothing to do there, really. You know, Nyx is a pretty boring system, really, compared to Pyro, so. Straight into the Nyx.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
So they're basically giving us Nyx sooner than they would have given us Pyros. What are you saying? Oof, get ready for it's gonna be rough around the edges, boys.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Mella of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
Man, keep talking about 1.0 still. I'm surprised.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw an opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski.
That's cool.
They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever. And there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Thank you, Bones. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the 6 months. So I guess they're setting the stage for like more of the narrative gameplay they're introducing, plus dynamic events.
From kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
Yeah.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out, They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
So it sounds like it's going to be not as lawless
the Pyro Star
as
is quite a
Pyro
warm
then.
star. Stanton Star is quite neutral, and the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
Right,
The
like
system has its star.
the People's
and it has this dark
Alliance would be enforcing
dense,
some sort of
gas,
law.
sort of nebulous cloud, and it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
Damn, that's creepy.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool.
A lot of us already know this, guys, but CitizenCon goes out to tens of thousands of people who don't know this. So this needs to be appealing to them as well. So yeah, they're going to cover all ground.
So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light.
What's up, Harvey? What did you do?
For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx.
Oh.
It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Okay, so you'll be able to go from Stanton to Nyx.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds.
Cool.
And it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's
so
full
much.
of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place
Thanks,
to go.
man.
But that
Thanks
means
so-
that there's
thanks a
still
lot.
a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just
1,000 PVE is just cried out once.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Yeah, now what's this new
Delmar
content?
is a
That's the
very
important part.
large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Okay.
Over
Which
the
we
years,
know if we already
sorts
know
of
Levski.
improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's
It's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
It's like Grimhex on steroids.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine.
Big landing pads too, wow.
Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
It looks fucking awesome.
We were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
Again, we saw all this last year, so it's good that
exterior, such as
should be ready to
cargo
go.
Trains going around tracks.
Oh, no way.
It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
Yep. Yeah, the redo is looking fantastic.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and
I just hope it is hustling and bustling. Give us reasons to have that kind of activity there.
Shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
Hope is here.
You arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived.
Yep.
They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of
definitely
Levski.
a lot of mining
This is where
focus
you will see
here.
market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls. There will be kind of more embedded shops.
In which case, are you going to need a lot of protection from other players, or are there going to be systems in place to keep you protected in certain areas?
Conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
This is almost a direct port from the original Levski, which is kind of cool.
If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages.
The interior here, I mean.
There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed
Shit, even that was a
like
of the same.
Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is a refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there.
It doesn't, Scott, because there's no incentivization to do it.
In the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay.
Well, this is cool. I like this. I like that it's geared towards
mining. We're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys. And
what was that?
We don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see
it's going to be bare bones, boys.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
Was it a whole
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to
Guys,
Stanton and be a much more calming of
that isn't charming anymore.
People
I'm sorry, the charm of having everything built around
love
us.
to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game.
Like, you're not selling us that anymore.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago. So seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
The grassroots building the game around us was charming like 8 years ago. Maybe even 10 years ago. Sorry, in the last 8 years, the last couple of years, we want things to be a little bit more, upper inflection points, Squadron 42, remember?
We talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Here we go, here's the
Nix
juicy stuff.
Is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system?
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nix system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Okay, it's going to be a similar deal to Onyx then.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the system was being established.
How convenient.
But you'll also see some
We have these
additional
unused
design
assets from
cues
Pyro
that
we can use.
QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Vandal. If it's Ninetales, I'm gonna shit my hands and clap. Ooh, new Vandal ships. Ooh. There it is.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
2.0 called.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nix system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Seems like they're
Vandal
griefing to
raiding
me.
Parties have been rioting in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the
Awesome.
Vandal Stinger.
They look so. I'm going to say it, guys. They look cool as shit. The new Vandal ships.
Contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launched that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
So are we going to be shooting? Is everyone going to be killing each other, or is Vandal the common enemy?
Invite you to come on board.
Which Insect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Right, Piggy?
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on here, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
Surprise, it was Ninetales and alien ships and masks.
You get back in touch with Intersect, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Why are they giving us the whole story?
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking.
Yeah, holy
There's
shit.
a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Wicklow always wants his pins.
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
This is going to be a war zone. I want to warn everybody who's PvE maxi, this is going to be hell for you, I'm afraid. This sounds like another massive war zone.
Finally see the Vanduul in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vanduul ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of...
Prepare for outcries.
Like,
Just
we already
prepare,
have it in
guys.
Arena Commander, where you get to fight the
Spectrum's going to be on fire after this.
The PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
I can already hear the
marks a
tapping
great
of the
milestone
threads.
For us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Well, part of me was hoping Nyx would have some...
Hello, everyone!
PvE-centric
and
stuff
welcome
going
to the
on, but they're
Voyager
opening up
Bar in
with
beautiful scenic Orison, where the
all that
staff
war
of Cloud
dynamic
Imperium
event.
Games Manchester is gathered
mission.
for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party.
Sick.
As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone.
Zach.
Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system.
Jesus.
And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show,
1.0
let's get
again.
a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their
I've
very
been
own
there, by the way, guys. Very cool.
slice of
Very
life in the PU
privileged.
videos, and we played
Enjoyed
the
the
winning
tour.
entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now,
Jared,
forced
hurry
to
up.
watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Oh, for the Nyx system. Okay, all right. We're back to the Nyx system. Okay, so this is all about the Nyx system, the CitizenCon, guys. We are... Well, we're 36 minutes in, and it's been nothing but Nyx, but okay. All right. I can go with some more.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires.
Genesis is big.
We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found.
This is what I was talking about earlier with resource nodes and
so
things,
when
right?
you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
Yeah.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems.
Resource
our new
nodes.
planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it.
Yeah.
Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion.
Oh my
God.
God.
Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we
Testicle
want.
plants.
The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA.
Scrotunius Bulsacius.
We can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
What are we thinking? Like end of next year, the first smidgen of Genesis?
Hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis
Get
to
going, like
realize
Q1 would be nice, because
As
this
a
is
reminder,
my
some of the visuals you'll see
one
will
of my most
evolve
anticipated
and change
parts
as we continue our technological
from last year.
development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
How does he not know?
Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
I'm curious. I don't know much about Nyx. So what's this going to be about?
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands.
Wow.
And from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps.
Swamps! It's got swamps!
These core
Shit,
biome
I didn't expect to see this anytime
soon.
soon.
Fantastic platform to hone our technology.
Sneak's going to have
because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit.
Sneak's home.
The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
So it's all very pretty, right? But it's the fact that this is going to give us surveying and eventually, resource nodes and things. That's why this is more interesting to me.
When we
planets look great anyway.
The surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing
implications
on
that are more
soil
interesting.
And rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles.
Okay.
These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet.
Not a single road or pathway.
So now that we've nailed the
sight.
surface, let's have a
Millions
look
of
at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before.
Oh, come on. I'm not interested in
Second
slopes.
is a
What's the
big
implications
one
of
for you
that?
ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema.
Oh, okay.
But only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Okay.
Using physical data, generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
That's good. Ooh, look at the size of that one.
The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
Cool.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good,
thanks, Arthur.
Let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
Yeah, looking great.
Nyx 1's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species.
Just can't wait until we can do more in these places, you know? It looks fantastic, but why am I going to spend time there?
Like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows.
Soon, TM, I guess.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today.
This looks like where Anakin and Padme had their date.
How are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows.
Yes, I'm a nerd.
Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
Oh, come on, man. They're spending too much time talking about grass and cliffs. I'm sorry. It's fantastic, but...
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass.
We're nearly an hour in, boys.
As in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface.
Stop talking about it.
This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass.
No! Every time you say grass.
Let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far.
So let's connect to Star Architect.
How we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
I guess not.
When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied.
42.
For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well.
He's going to talk about the lily pads for the next 30 minutes.
All the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This
Gross.
biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique.
I thought there was a fucking dinosaur's neck sticking out the top like Jurassic Park there, and I was like, they didn't. They did not go there.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx-1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
Okay. Ooh, I was nearly on the brink of madness then. That was a
As you
really
can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone
deep dive
here
into
to create
grass
planets
and
of
cliffs.
the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving, baby. Let's keep the energy high. Planet's
Up
looking
until now,
amazing.
our
A little
mission
bit too
system
long
has
spent
been
on that one.
specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about?
Whoa, what's that?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
Oh, okay.
Jordan said Holly was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships.
Okay, I mean, you can
And
do
there'll be a
this
few
already,
sort of
right?
more
It's just
direct
not
routes.
a mission.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Elios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to.
Who hasn't done that yet? Who plays the game? I mean,
They're
it's-
no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Elliot's a high roller.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
Did he just imply that NPCs would attack you on your trade routes? Or is he talking about players and
At the
imagination?
start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month. And while we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors, so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own, we still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations
Scripted, yeah.
we're calling
That's good.
Rockcracker.
Ooh. Concept art. Ooh.
Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
I love this guy. He does not
So way out
oversell his
into the
shit.
Keegan
I love
Belt,
it.
You'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
Beacons are lit. Okay, this is interesting. How's this going to work then?
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working.
Okay.
It's
Line
up
of
to
mine.
you and your friends to find how to get in.
Hathor in space,
There'll
yes.
be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels.
Totally fine with that, by the way.
Or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
Well, I want to complete the mission, sir. This is basically Pyro's answer to Line of Mine then, right?
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock.
Did he say this was Pyro? I mishear that?
Then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
My bad. Yeah, it looks like Nick's actually. Yeah, you're right.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Oh, cool. That's cool. Actually using mining ships.
I'm really
for this.
excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity.
Yeah.
You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation.
Very
and
cool.
Don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
This is what I think the game needs to be all about, man, and they're doing it. Like, more of this Line of Mine Stormbreaker shit. I don't have any problem with that.
Compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and Mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
yeah. So it's going to be an op that you're going to be able to do
It's for
with a
people
large
who
group. You're
want
going to make
a
a
lot of
profit.
minerals.
It's going to involve
When crafting
industrial
comes
and
in,
military
when
side.
all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
Hell yeah, man. This is a great idea. And I'm assuming there'll be multiple of these all around the system.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new
Liam,
mission
right?
packs
Awesome, eh?
tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be
Perfect for
events
us.
that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless gang king of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system.
Yeah, no crafting or base
Shall I say
building
gang
yet.
king?
Maybe they're saving... You did. Maybe they're saving best till last, guys. We're an hour in now.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're going to fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update
these are the happiest looking people I've ever seen in my life.
And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nix system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vandal, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick
is this what I've paid for?
And finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vandal to Star Citizen,
Space
cool
AK!
Vandal knife and adorable plushie,
Yes!
which I swear to love,
Money well
squeeze, and
spent!
cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next
I paid for it, Stu. It's the only thing I paid for this year.
Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in...
What's up?
All right, I had a dream about like this once.
Yeah.
Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nix Star system and the Vandal are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nix, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work. And
you got more, right?
well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
Woo, that was... I made it. Need a drink after that bit.
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalog and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
It is a great ship.
The Wolf, obviously,
I don't normally care about ships, but the Wolf changed me.
New aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really
Come on,
well.
man, why are we talking about old ships?
It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're going to see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nix system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace?
Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and law, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Here we go. Yeah, there it is.
Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game, the true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower.
It's going to move like a bus.
High armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
Yeah.
Multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
Not feeling the look.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
Right, Stewie?
If we
Actually, it looks better from the back.
Following the ship
That
round
looks cool.
clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
You are kidding
really
me,
nice
that's not the
dual
view.
connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360
Okay.
coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it. And then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180
No one's
outside
ever
ways.
used
So
the rail.
Really, you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage.
No one's
in all
ever used the
directions.
rail on the Scorpius, right? It's a really cool feature, but it's gimmicky, man.
One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central
Yeah, it's quicker to turn the
two-story
ship
room.
all the
A
time.
lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but
Maybe when
with
we
the
get
Paladin, you're all
proper-
sat together with a nice, cool experience.
When we get
so
proper
you can
control
really
services,
feel
you're not
like
going to be able to
you're
do
playing
that
as
as
a group.
easily. So
You've got
moving the turret around might be
up top,
more.
You've got the gunners underneath, and I think
know,
that helps
poignant.
with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do.
I don't think you're going to see a lot of the use out of this Paladin, to be
Coming
honest,
aboard
until we get
Paladin,
proper
you enter
ground
into
gameplay.
this sort of armory,
and
ready
control
room
services.
area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's
that's
very
nice.
militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
What was that, like an RPG on the
I think it's a
table?
very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship.
So if this is the new
really
Redeemer-
complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup. So something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship.
I can tell you, the Redeemer in Atmo,
Paladin's there just to
when it was tougher,
make
was
sure it's
scary
safe,
as
make sure
shit
no one
if you
messes
were on the
with
ground. You
just-
couldn't
just
kill that thing.
Basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is
in space it was
that
nothing.
It's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk, when they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
Communal toilets.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst
aren't they
originally
all?
a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
Oh, it's the new Vandal
Hesperia
ship
are a
then.
high-end manufacturer. They specialise in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
Yeah, what's this ship like? Because this does look cool. I think this is the one from the Squadron 42
They're like 7-foot-tall,
video.
evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the
It's a heavy.
relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
Okay, what's it
The
got?
Stinger is a competitor to something like the F8 or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a
The
lot of
F8.
firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them.
Here we
So it's
go.
there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
Oh boy.
One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size
Oh.
5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Okay. This thing is going to pack a
Our job
punch,
as the
but
vehicle art team
should be
on the
easy to
PU
kill in the
was
light
take
fighter after some
the
time.
Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from
There's still
the
plenty of time for
Vandal
base
ships
building
that
and
are currently in
crafting,
the
guys.
PU.
Don't worry.
If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also
Trust
gives
me,
the
guys.
pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making
That's
something
cool,
that feels
GT.
different. It feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
got to get their sails
I
in,
think the
right?
guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger
Surprising,
for people
though,
that
for sure.
really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
Wilco, thank you so much.
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
What's this?
So the Shiv, we don't really know
I thought it was the Legionnaire.
what it is,
Damn
to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
Interesting. What the
At
hell
first
is
glance
this?
of the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
It is a
As you
cutlass.
look a little bit closer, you'll
You
start
ripped
to
off the
pick out
front
elements
legs.
from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into
the aesthetic
wall
is
instead of
all
what was
me.
there originally.
It has lost
The junker look,
its
I do like
side
it.
entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are
Drive a
tools
Cortina,
laying
Scott.
around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet. Bucket.
One for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think
This
is
looks like you're
quite
going
an
to die
achievement.
quicker than
Just
a
look at this
buccaneer
thing.
in this
How do you
thing.
even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
Good name, cool little entry. Probably didn't
This is
take long to
something
make.
new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
It's probably going to be the best
No,
fucking
no,
fighter
there's
in
no
the game
comment.
for the next year.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest.
Reavers,
and it's
yeah, that kind of
absolutely a statement.
Okay, 40 minutes left.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them.
Damn,
So that's talking ship for another year.
You zimp.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Okay. Hey, Nico, how's it going, buddy? Nyx is coming in next month. It's the biggest
talking
news.
about the new
Nico?
edition that come out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited
I knew I saw a rocket launcher.
Space AK.
And the Space AK, yes, that rocket launcher better be good at destroying ships.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the arm, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic.
Well played, Zach.
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury back to medical.
Love that kind of gun. That is that's like a bolt gun from 40k or something.
We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly fire.
Yes.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it, it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because you've got the tube on your shoulder, and you try to aim it, you have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like,
what?
It's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
Don't you just have a sight?
Spirit of being a tube.
Oh, so we're not going to be able to use that to shoot down ships.
I was going to talk about binoculars. Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as I beautifully technically call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
Yeah, but we need spotting mechanics.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Yeah, we need spotting mechanics for the spotting gameplay to exist and matter.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
I love how John never has time for disco's shit.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse.
I'd say so,
and
Nova,
they're all
hopefully.
available right now up on the RobertsSpaceIndustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all 3. So you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelo's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I show?
Yes, they do, Barry.
For those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do it? Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Excuse me. Hi, how you doing? That's my best angle. Hey, I gotta be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's.
I'm gonna be disappointed if they don't give us any
office.
crafting or base building. They're not leaving us a lot of time, man.
This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's
engineering.
Really cool. You got your Duster's armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some
You'd think, Roscoe, right? Kind of weird. Like, why have filler time?
We got this cool.
When you could have just made the show an hour and a half instead.
Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. Very cool. I'm gonna go over here.
Delicious.
Can you see me? Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016 where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is?
Why bring this up, dude, during sitcom?
Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness?
Oh, this is such filler, man.
I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here.
Oh,
competition.
why would you do this?
Competition winners.
Chris is
we have the
watching
list
this.
of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got.
Don't eat pizza on the CitizenCon live stream.
Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here?
Why do this?
That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with it. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience.
And
that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to do this
Okay,
off camera?
all right.
We sure can.
All right, it's a segue. Relax. I can relax. Sorry. I was getting antsy there. Segue into crafting. Here we go, guys. Let's bring back the... Get the copium together. Everyone get the copium.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from
Here we go.
resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
He was filling for a few minutes. It's fine. All right, I get it. You have to meet to the 30-minute mark.
Is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
Cool. Yep.
For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships. We have gear. We have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen.
Wow, this is big. This is big. And possibly
crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Yeah.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
Sick.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
Oh my God, this looks like it's going to drop my FPS.
The new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
See? That's what I said,
Once
man.
you have your
All the
blueprint
systems are there.
and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator.
Sick.
This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
Cool.
You'll be able to get the
T0,
new
but
crafting
that's
machine
fine.
from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Oh, that's cool. Nice, nice, nice. Nice first T0
There'll be a
introduction.
small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or
Sick.
incoming fire. You might be
this is
wondering,
all I
what
could really
about
ask
the
for?
upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Cool. So tech preview by the end of the year, probably go into the next year, right? And then eventually something
that's
Q1,
one
Q2,
way
hopefully.
you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
Here it comes. Instancing. Didn't really see this coming, but...
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026.
Yeah.
Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere.
Don't
Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed.
And I do agree with that.
We don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. Okay. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Hey, there are some platform missions.
Siege of Arzen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to
This is
run
the perfect
through
use
and
case
progress
for
through
instancing.
contested islands of Arzen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of
This is the perfect use case for instancing. We all call it.
And you are there to
It would only
kill
ever come
these
back
sort of
with instancing.
lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control.
And just imagine how smooth it should work if it's instant.
So in our current
AI
thinking,
and all
Siege
the
of
different
Arson is
behaviors they can
designed
actually
for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that
bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at
I'm all
Siege,
for it, man.
how we can make it
The game
a
needs
more
instancing for this kind of
approachable
content.
piece of content.
But
I'm
stay away
excited
from
to say the
Hathor.
least to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other two systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those two systems as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and when it's instance, you know...
Yes, and while things like
Your AIs
Genesis,
aren't gonna be
interstellar
dead.
hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Oh, okay. The instance content that they talked about.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and, you know, more structural place, but you will also see
Nicholas
a lot
Payne,
of
Chad. What a
rock
name.
and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but, you know, they have, like, maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into, like, some vents. It's like a free-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
That's big.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team,
They're going to apply
your
this
party.
to Onyx,
It's a way of
probably contested
giving players
zones,
content where they know exactly where they're at, and they can keep going
Stormbreaker
back
to some
it
degree.
and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay,
Is that it for me at this
It
point,
won't be
Jared?
the death of organic PvP.
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Because you'll be fighting over resources, crafting bases in the future. That's where as well as other events like Hathor and stuff, right? Hopefully. No GDA. No base building mentioned yet.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh no. Oh, time to suit up, let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First CitizenCon after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. At San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game?
That looks horrendous.
Just that, exactly. Just scan that.
I mean, it's very good, but it looks horrifying.
All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now.
Yo, Rambo.
Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about
There's more.
Big CitizenCon versus Digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh, yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that.
2 minutes and then 10 minutes of base building, guys. It's got to be.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good. A bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-tapes are always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Right. I like the live ones. I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. So I do that a lot.
He does do that all the time.
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody. Yay!
Yay! I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera.
Counting you down in like 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content?
Oh, Jesus, GT. I don't have the budget for that.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean,
Moist
come on.
Master.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
It's because he's the
So
river
for those
guy,
of
for
you
those who
watching
don't
at
know.
home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISE, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment.
Didn't expect that.
And when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
There could still be time for base building, but this is Richard Tyler talking about 1.0, and then maybe some base building or engineering. It's either one of those two things, I guess.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0.
Well, did I just hear that
Now, before we
wrong?
end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Oh God, here we go.
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, We've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey.
Bro, we've had like 30 minutes of
to
story
see
in
this big
so
turn this
far,
year
we know.
to start injecting story into the verse. I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players.
No mod.
I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever. And I'm willing to look right into the camera.
It has been a damn good year, in my opinion.
The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the
gameplay
length
has
of the
been
play sessions are
pretty
up,
damn good.
Bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe.
Yeah, not necessarily a huge really high bar.
But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem more alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to.
Kind of weird that
how we reconcile instancing.
They're finishing on such a
with
chill note.
The persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance,
you guys
are
brutal, man.
I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world. It would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience.
I hope they don't over-instance this game.
For us to teach you the ropes in
Let's
a safe
not get
environment,
too carried away with
understand
instancing.
how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, not going to get a loading screen. You would just seamlessly walk into that location. It would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer
Star Wars,
different
the Old Republic
dynamic content
kind of
or
thing.
curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all 3 of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe.
Really?
For example,
We're
right
talking
now
about
I know
ships
that
again?
we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Get a twinkle in his eye.
Yes.
Ian, take it away.
We're getting a reward for sitting through that, guys. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody chill. Oh. Spaceships.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating. So we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Instant space combat events. Okay. Yeah, we saw that. We all knew this was coming. I'm all for it. Let's see what they got.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this base where you will find 3 big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
Yeah, I mean, assault the station, okay. This is cool. I mean, this is kind of something we needed, right?
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the
More
obvious way of
tactical
attacks.
space.
Somehow they've
PvE.
incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets.
But
these
it's gotta
turrets
be
ignore small fighters,
PvE,
and they
right.
have the firepower to destroy even the biggest
It
capital
has to be
ships.
challenging for this to be replayable and enjoyable.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You mean I can't pay to win? I'm out.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. but it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything. Your lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics won't do anything to
got
them.
plot
But like
armor.
everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
This is kind of like that
So the
Star Wars
exterior has a number of
Squadrons
power
kind of like
relays that
event
are holding the
almost.
doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to
Layered.
find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here.
Oh,
That's
you gotta
torpedo
drop
ships
a
like your Retaliator
bomb
or Gladiator,
the torpedo one.
or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Yep, there it is. Star Wars.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out.
Sick.
There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll loop out another trench.
Literally Star
You're
Wars Episode
either
1.
gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
Oh, okay, so you do have to keep moving. I was gonna say you could just like
So
go
once
through
the
it
cooling
super
units
slow
are out,
and do
that
it all like.
exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and
So you're
also
limited in
from
time.
exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
This is cool. I think this is a good thing. This is an orc-centric PvE raid, basically, and you're going to need
Once the
good
power
numbers
core
to
goes
do
down,
it, good
turrets
assets.
come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and
Yeah.
you're going to want to top up.
And
This
it's
is
going to
where
be
we're gonna
costly
get
to
our
do.
new feature in: ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be
Huh?
able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Proper
Of course, it'll be
carrier
more than just those
mechanics.
2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've
Sweet.
rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
So how does that work? Does it cost money? Does it cost resources? To rearm, repair from your own ship? Do you have to load resources onto the ship? I wonder.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land.
No
you've got to
way.
fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
We've got a co-part
So up
on
until
this.
this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
Fucking
They're
Vanduul
not
will
gonna
show up as
discriminate
well.
between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're gonna come hard, they're gonna keep coming, you're gonna have one hell of a fight.
Wait. Not a Vanduul capital ship. Oh, you're kidding. What? No fucking way. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, dude. That's nuts.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me.
Not a single ground
This is
vehicle
a
mentioned, though.
defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, that looks fucking awesome. But we shouldn't need just objective-driven gameplay to define the roles of our ships. The roles of all our ships should be defined without those objectives, right? They should be systemic, no matter what you're doing, whether it's PvP or PvE events, right? This should just hopefully help them, I don't know, develop those roles more, I suppose.
Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, hesitation, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that.
Pretty cool.
So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct.
Looks
Thank
amazing.
You for taking the time
I probably would have preferred to see
share this
base
with us.
building, though.
Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
Oh, he's coming back.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build the game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, And there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Just wanna.
Detox.
That's so freaking annoying.
Let loose, guys. Let loose.
There's something wrong with this computer.
Tox love.
Jesus. Holy shit. Fuck off, GT. Oh, God.
This needs to be
that's-
done properly and
that's
done
it.
properly from the
Something wrong with
beginning.
this computer. There's something wrong with this computer.
Oh God! We're gonna die! Don't you understand? We're all gonna die!
Something wrong with this computer.
It's false.
Just wanna.
I was watching poor people.
That's so freaking annoying.
That is a gift, not a...
Would you like to know more? I will have a Rakkus back for myself!
Just wanna.
Okay.
Reiterate.
Okay.
He who controls the spice!
Oh my God. Okay. Jesus. All right. Well, that was that, everybody. That was that. Oh, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Where's base building? Where's the base building, man? Did we get a nothing burger? No.
Just want to reiterate again that every aspect of Star Citizen is still a work in progress. We're in alpha.
That was a very lukewarm CitizenCon Direct, I would say. Thank you, TRF. It was a lukewarm. That was a lukewarm CitizenCon Direct. It didn't need to be 2 hours, and I don't know why they needed to have live filler in the middle. Like, I know it's fun and exciting for them all to do it live, I guess, but kind of threw off the pace a little bit in certain areas. Way too much time spent, I'm afraid, talking about grass. I mean, CIG just loves to stick their foot in it sometimes. Like, they know people are going to be... I can tell you now, like, Spectrum's going to be talking about the grass meme. The community's going to be talking about the grass meme for the next year. They were never going to talk about Squadron 42 in this one, Hayes. They said they were not going to talk about Squadron 42. Didn't the dude who talked about base building leave? Did he take it with him? No, that was the year before. That was 2023. Well, he didn't take it with him, no. It's been way more updated since then, and we got way more in 2024. They said the tactical stuff would come out mid-2026, the tactical instanced PvE. Maybe you had to stall since we were 20 minutes over, but why? I'm confused. Why would you have to stall for pre-recorded event? I don't know. I guess it has to be live. We're all tuning in, watching live. There has to be some live element to it. It was a middling direct, I think. You know, we ultimately didn't get anything on engineering. We didn't get we didn't get base building, we didn't get engineering, but then we know that we're getting engineering in a tech preview very soon, so maybe they felt like that would be wasted time as well. Base building was the most hyped, the most engaging feature from last year. I'm surprised they didn't even mention it, really. But at least we got a good update on crafting, and we're getting some sort of very basic, tier 0 implementation by the end of the year, they said, right? Some sort of tech preview. I'm guessing no base building next year. It could be. It could be.
Detox. When
Thanks,
it is
Berlin.
very silent in the SC future, you can hear the grass growing. Winky face.
Yes. Need something bigger than a reclaimer if I can clean my... Chris mentioned base building in that last clip.
42 into the persistent universe will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen.
Spoiling everything, Chris Roberts.
These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, are discussed today. Of course,
Thank you so much to our
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority.
Yeah.
These, along with bringing the final polished features.
He just touches on it. There's nothing there. That's just, we're still working on it. We still know it exists. Doesn't really tell us much about what to expect or when, but I mean, it is what it is. Did you notice this? What is that? Like a drill or something? Jesus, who's that weirdo in the corner? Star Citizen is the best game that I've played on PC. It's amazing fun, and I love the atmosphere of all of it. We've got a dev in chat, guys. Lucky rabbits. We've sniffed you out. Boarding pod. That's what I thought. It looks like one of those driller boarding pods. Which segment was this in? I think I was I don't know what I was. This was during the tactical assault segment. Early Nick stuff after Levski. Okay. No, I didn't see that. I would be really surprised if we got Vandal in FPS before Squadron. But then if Squadron's still on track for, next year, then maybe this is some late year content. I don't know. No worries, Abelin. No worries. It might just be a piece of... It might just be a prop because it's Nyx, right? And the Vandal perform raids in Nyx, and this might just be a leftover piece of environmental art. All right, Abelin. No worries. Yeah, cool. GG's. I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, I think you're right, Hayes. It's probably just an environmental thing. Like, yeah, they tried to board in previous raids. I mean, it generally was all good stuff that we saw. It's just we didn't get engineering, we didn't get base building. Those are the only two things. But engineering, we know we're getting a tech preview soon, TM. And base building, we don't know. We just don't have an update on that. Maybe we'll get a... Do we get a letter from the chairman every year? Maybe we'll get a letter from the chairman about it or something, maybe.
Base building is coming 2029, maybe. But you need to spend more money.
Bring the rock cracker part. Yeah, okay. No, I'd be really surprised, dude, if we're seeing AI NPC Vandal boarding pods in the PU. Like, it would be scuffed to all hell. Wonder if the tech preview will be both engineering and crafting. Yeah. Could be, dude. Exactly. Yeah, maybe they're tying the engineering into the crafting tech preview we're getting later this year. Would make sense. That would make sense. I did not expect Nyx to be so soon, but we're getting, what, 4.4 PTU next month? Right? So... Yeah, the instancing definitely concerns me. I need to take some notes. The talk about instancing definitely concerns me a little bit. I don't want them to heavily instance this game. Imagine, obviously dynamic server meshing is going to be a thing as well. But is this... If they take instancing too far, then maybe it's a sign that dynamic meshing isn't going to work the way that they hoped. My fear is that you're going to have 100 people jump into Hathor, right? And then the game decides, we're going to split you down the middle, and, 50 of you are going to go to this instance of Hathor with everyone who you've interacted before on your in your matchmaking service, and all your friends on your friends list are going to go in that one, and then the other 50 are going to go into the other side and have their own experience of Hathor. That's what I don't want to see around those sort of events, right? Those sort of locations. I really don't. Instancing in places like Siege of Orison, Onyx facilities, maybe even Stormbreaker to some degree. It makes sense for that. That would be fine. That'd be good. I don't want to see external open world areas instanced between like dynamic meshing. That would really, really bother me, to be honest. No, Siren, pretty much, yeah. Not gonna lie, I thought Onyx was already instanced. No, it was built for instancing, though. It makes complete sense that it would be instanced. The instancing is more about being able to do more private raids without interference from griefers, and also more private sessions. Yeah, I know why they're doing it. I get the point of instancing, and it makes total sense for content that includes PvE content that needs to be engaging and immersive. That sort of content does need to be somewhat instanced, but like Hathor is not a PvE event, for example, right? And I'm just using Hathor as an example of a really cool, unique open world sandbox piece of gameplay that would be ruined if it was instanced, in my opinion. It wouldn't be ruined, but it would definitely lose some of its appeal, or lose some of its excitement, I think. Cantinas, instancing cantinas, is like, that's also really lame, you know? I don't like the idea of instancing places like bars and open world landing zone communal areas, you know? Those are where you meet people that you would possibly never meet otherwise if it was instanced. They always feel lifeless when those sort of places are instanced. Star Wars Galaxies managed it in 2003, dude. Why do you need to... You don't need to instance bars, you know? In 2003, in Star Wars Galaxies, you had about 100 people standing in a bar, firing off effects, dancing, playing music, role-playing. It was never a problem. I mean, in the early days, it chugged a bit, but that was 2003. We're running it on potatoes. Even Star Wars The Old Republic had open world containers and only the actual story bits were instant side rooms. Yeah, so maybe that's what they were talking about. Maybe that's what they meant, like the side story parts. He did kind of talk about you go to the bar and there's 50 people and there's a quest here and a quest there and a quest there. So maybe they only mean the instanced areas where they want to give you NPC quests where the NPCs actually talk to you. Because we talked about this in a stream a couple of days ago, didn't we? We said, like, how can they bring back Twitch Pacheco and Miles Eckhart? It just wouldn't work. You'd have a queue of 100 people trying to talk to these quest givers. So keep side rooms. You can instance like the side rooms for the quest givers. That works for sure. But don't instance the whole bar, you know? No, Collectors, but it was ahead in many ways. Instancing is also pretty much tech for exploration. When you want to have procedural exploration like mini wormholes, etc., instances would be perfect. Is that really exploration, though? You're not discovering something else anyone else could have discovered. You're being just handed this, you know, pre-cooked explorative experience at that point. Star Wars Galaxy had gigantic planets at the time and they were incredibly open. It was only with the CU and NG they did a lot of WoW stuff, which killed. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies had huge planets you could traverse fully without loading screens. You know, they were doing a lot of stuff in 2003 that, you know, other games haven't done yet. I'm sure you know that instancing doesn't always mean private detox. They're talking about. Oh yeah, I know that. I'm. That's how I talk. That's what I said with the Hathor example. They're going to split it down the middle. You know, 100 people will jump into Hathor at the same time. They instance it, and they only let 50 people go into one instance of Hathor and 50 people in the other. Yeah, I get that. 50 people isn't going to feel. Yeah, 50 people in a bar is still going to feel like a lot of people, but. You still raise, I don't know, you just potentially open up these situations where you're in this big open, seamless, open world universe and you're talking to a buddy and he's in the same spot that you're standing and you can't see him. That's just what I hate about instancing. I hate that shit. I should I want to go somewhere and know that everyone there is everyone there. I don't want to go to a bar, there's 50 people in the bar, I'm in the exact same bar as 50 other people, and in their bar, they're having this fucking awesome, I don't know, shootout or some incredible emergent experience, and I can't enjoy that experience now because I'm not in the right instance of that bar. Like, I hate that shit in MMOs. MMOs are supposed to be about these big shared experiences, and when you start cutting it down into, like, groups like that, you're potentially, like, you're just sort of diluting the MMO experience, in my opinion. Imagine that, Calexis. That's not different than different servers and regions. True, but you at least know that you're going to have the same shared experience as everybody who is on your, you know, I don't know, thousands of players server at any given time. That kind of thing I can't stand, Delicious. Yeah, but I don't know. We might not go that way. I'm just going off previous experiences with this sort of instancing in MMOs. Yeah, I hate that too. When you're on a different part of an instance mission, you can't group up, and yeah. I love Hathor and open world PvP. Think without some instance PvP objectives, these types of open world games only have Zerg versus Zerg content. Yeah, I mean, they do, but that's how you get like these crazy stories come out, you know? That is where these awesome storylines come out and emergent gameplay comes out when you're like, oh my god, we were up against this Zerg and then our buddies arrived who were, you know, these guys arrived and we formed like a sporadic alliance with them and then we beat back the Zerg and it was the most fucking cool experience. When you start like curating it too hard, it's just like, yeah, well, they've got 50 people, we have 50 people, and well, they were just better than us, and oh no, they bought the better ships, or they had the better guns, the better components, blah blah blah. You know, it just comes down to that, and it starts to become more sweaty. It becomes more competitive. Whereas you leave it open, and it becomes more emergent, and the battle, the conflict changes based on real dynamic factors. It's not based on their idea of how the experience should play out. Because then it becomes the same all the time. If you control it that much, you're taking away you're taking away that emergent aspect, and it's going to run the same way every time, ultimately. So it's a hard one to solve. No devs really ever solved it because yes, zerging sucks as well. It's not fun to just go to the same spot day in, day out and just get zerged off. But at the same time, sometimes you also have an incredibly unforgettable moment because of that exact same reason. Like, you know. Exactly, Cupan, yeah. But I'm not against instancing. The instancing, if it's done right in this game, will definitely make big positive difference. A lot of it, not a lot of it, but some of it should definitely be instanced. We talked about this a long time ago when they talked about the tactical fleet mode, right? We talked about this a while ago. I think it was actually, no, maybe it was last year. We all said they need to give us like PvE raids where we actually have reasons to bring all these different fleet compositions to beat it. And that's exactly what they're doing with this. So that's, you know, that kind of stuff, I'm all for it. Yeah, Danny, yeah. Let me change this music. Ba, 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 ba. I knew it. When Squadron 42 was coming out, assets in it would be put into SC. 2026 will be awesome. Definitely think it's going to be a very good year, for sure. We're going into 2026 with all this new stuff, with all the stuff, all the content we've got this year as well, and all that content behind us. There's a lot to do. Cheers, Dojiro. Thanks for coming by, man. Thanks for watching it with us. This song, Vince, this is Sci-Fi Homage, Pedro Camacho. That's all it says. No update on atmospheric flight, Danny, but probably get some more updates to that this year. I think we're actually going to get, you know, possibly get some tech previews or some PTU updates for it this year. Crafting by end of year is a real stunner. Crafting on tech preview by end of year. Nix by end of year on PTU. Maybe even live before the next year. Pretty big, pretty big. Nix by end of year. Well, some of the other big juicy nuggets. Tactical fleet, PvE instance, game mode, gameplay. Oh, and rearming. Rearming, being able to rearm from your carriers is really cool. That's really big. So I'm hoping that's not just... I bet you they're just going to keep rearming from carriers to the tactical assault mode, and they're not going to put it in PU. I bet it's not going to be a PU thing just for that game mode, because they're not going to... Because there's no resources, right? Like, they can't charge you to rearm from your own ship. It wouldn't make any sense. So they'll let you do it for free, but only because you're in that game mode. So it probably won't be coming to PU mid next year. Well, I don't think so. I think it's just going to be gamified. You'll just be able to rearm and refuel for free. Would be my guess. Won't be the only ships available to rearm, refuel. Hinted at a new carrier ship next year. Okay, yeah. I think he was, yeah, I suppose. Maybe, new ship, I guess. If they have crafting and engineering by then ammo should be physical and available to do rearming stuff. That is possible. That is possible, Hest. Why not real PU thing? With the heal gel, you got the first resource in ships. Well, because I feel like if you're going to rearm your carriers, they'd have to have a lot of systems in place for you to do that. You'd have to have some sort of, the ship would have to pull from like some sort of resource pool. Or they'd have to be, they'd have to design like med gel slots, I guess, for carrier ships to put resources into. Ammo, fuel, missiles. It's depending on how they want to do it, they might want to do some sort of placeholder method, but it's complicated ultimately. Yeah, you'd have to be able to buy and load ballistics and fuel. Kraken just entered white box. It's 2027 at the earliest, maybe Invictus 2027. Yeah, I don't know if the Kraken would be ready, but it'd be pretty cool if it is. I mean, CIG can speed the shit up for big sale events, it would be a perfect time to sell another carrier for those PvE tactical assaults. I think they said ammo would be physicalized with engineering, or maybe that was a future thing. They had an ammo box, ammo crate during the crafting segment. Yeah, maybe, Vince. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it'd be great if it is. Yeah, it would be really cool, Danny. Exactly. I'm a total fan of placeholder first implementation instead of waiting another 20 years for simple stuff like rearming. Yeah, I am too. Give us the functionality of ships that are already in the game. What other big stuff? What did they open with?
Players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the
The stories. Oh yeah, in Nix. It was all Nix.
As people, as well as the QV. You get back in touch with Intersec, and
Beautiful scene
there. You will now
be challenged. Further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QB stations have
The
come
new
back
sort of event
Dock your ship,
taking
you
place in
board the
Nix.
station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
They did next week. Next week.
These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to.
Vandal Capital was a surprise for sure. Yeah. That's true, Flack. Sometimes CIG does do that. They bring in a tier 0 and then you just get stuck with it. So it's also a case against putting in placeholder stuff. This was grass. New Planet Tech looks amazing. Grass, 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 cliffs and grass.
You want more?
So now there may be
promises for the econ team.
Yeah. A cool Vandal life. And
that's the CitizenCon goodies pack.
I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah.
The wolf.
Paid actors in the background. The new ships.
Great. At the bearing sniper rifle and decoder.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one.
New guns. Yeah. 432 coming next week. Yeah, it is. Instant Siege of Orison. Yeah, Instant Siege of... Did they say when that was returning? No, they didn't, Carl Gustav. Not a chance, unfortunately. I'd like to see instancing across shards. Having trouble getting a crew, visit an instance bar and form a party from across shards to then go do combined arms. Oof. Couldn't even imagine how easy or difficult that would be seen, but it's a nice thought. Hey, Major Slade, what's up, dude? When is Nix coming? Next month, Steven. November on PTU.
And you just instant.
The crafting is probably a big step for getting base building, though. Yeah, I'm glad we got a crafting update. We did get a good crafting update. Crafting is looking very tier 0, but that's fine. They're going to put that on tech preview, right?
shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
First version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have...
No updates. He talks about that as the primary progression mechanic, but Reputation was the primary progression mechanic before, and we haven't had an update on that for a long time either.
Ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use.
Yeah, true,
It's
Roscoe,
not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have.
So we did get a look at the new inventory as well. Which looks very work in progress still, and looks like it's going to add another, take away another 20 frames per second every time you open it up. I mean, it doesn't... Man, it's changing again. I mean, where are we going with this inventory? Like, this looks like a... I don't know. It looks like a downgrade from the new inventory we just got in 3.23.
You can order it better. You can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
Yeah, so this is cool. This is a nice, basic tier 0 way of exactly how my non-dev brain would have envisioned them giving us crafting this early. You literally just put the materials in a goddamn box, throw the box in, and then it magics up something.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
We're going to get some crazy crafting mixes to get some insanely, like, broken rhino repeaters or something. I can see it now.
You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Yeah, so that's really cool. You can have a fucking, you can have your Idris, Carrack, any kind of like ship with cargo space, right? And turn it into like a crafting station factory. Pretty cool. Didn't see that coming, really.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Yeah, okay. So the intention to get the tech preview out by the end of the year. Intention. We may not see it, but we do know we're at least, I think we're pretty confirmed we're getting engineering tech preview at least, right? Hmm. We also hope to get engineering this year. Yeah, I think it's pretty... I mean, there's plenty of time, surely, to get engineering. Maybe. Was Nyx mentioned? Of course, Daddy Cash. It's coming next month. Yeah, it's coming next month, dude. It was the first thing they opened up with. They're putting it on PTU next month, 4.4. This sounds like bigger orgs will have a huge advantage to pull resources and blueprints for all their trusted members. Yeah, so the blueprints will be one use, and then you've learned it, and then you can continue making that thing forever. But I mean, what's your point, Slade? Like, more people working together can build and collect more stuff. Yes, it's always going to be true. Yeah, you like that, Deadbeat? Yeah, my first reaction was it was a lukewarm, but you know, there was a lot in there, really. We just got to go back and watch it and break it down again to get... There was a lot to take in, to be quite honest. There was a lot to take in. My initial reaction after it was, that was okay. Pretty good. Some good stuff in there. Some tangible things. Mostly tangible things, I think, which is good. Mostly it was all tangible. Exciting that they said Genesis next year as well. There's a lot about the grass, Bobo, for sure. That nearly sent me. Man, the wording they're using on this new event is really opaque. Which one? Which event, Roscoe? The tactical assault thing? Not a word about the Perseus, because the Perseus is an IAE thing. That's going to be the big headliner for IAE. And they're going to just, you know, pump it out. I'm surprised they didn't even tease the Perseus, though. They keep saying it's a new space. Yeah, true, Ramo. True, dude. Genesis is the passenger ship? No, that's the Genesis Starliner. Genesis is the planet tech, the new planet tech that disperses resources and biomes and environment based on like parameters set by the devs so that it can populate the planet more naturally and organically without everything being handcrafted or curated. Oh yeah, the Shiv 2019 Squadron 42 teaser. You're right. I remember that now. Yeah, that old thing. They dug that piece of crap up to sell it for CitizenCon. That's so funny. It's come out of Squadron and they're just selling it into the PU. Oh, wouldn't that be nice, Vince, for sure. Yeah, the Paladin. I don't really... The ships are the least interesting aspect to me. Out of, like, sitcoms and things. Basically got 3 ships that pew-pew. Some pew-pew harder than others, right? At least this year. Nothing too interesting on that front.
You should find as we build it out.
From what I can tell, Roscoe, this event is just going to be get all your friends together, jump to this area, and it puts you in an instance. And then you're all tasked with multiple layers, you know, multiple mission layers to bring it to complete the mission. I don't think it's any more, deeper than that, right? For your own safety, please stay away from the hot stuff today. There's no hot stuff today, Slade. Just popcorn. The Paladin, I don't think, is going to get much use, to be honest. It might be good to... No, it wouldn't even be good for that. It wouldn't be good for taking out capital ships, because their turrets would just rip it a new arsehole. I wouldn't say it was a shit con, Robert. Come on. You're being disingenuous. It wasn't all shit. There was a lot of good stuff in there, really. There was some filler, though, that's for sure. Which I don't think anybody expected in a 2-hour show, which is, you know, strange. Hayes, this is the new character creator music in Star Citizen. It's really good. I like it. It's called Project Calliope. So, I mean, overall, how would you rate it out of 10, guys? It was 90%. What was the 10% you liked then, Blevins? 7, 6.5, 6, 6, 6, 7. Yeah, I'd give it like between a 6 and a 7. 8.5, Calexis. That's a high one. Jesus. I don't think they used 2 hours of time very wisely. Not really. I mean, it just didn't need to be 2 hours ultimately. But they also want to put some live segments in there because it's fun, and I think they want it to be sort of relatable, I guess. Not just a soulless show reel, I guess. Most of you saying a 6. Yeah, I think that's probably a good place to put it. The grass was 10 out of 10, Cool Hammer. I like that they reiterated everything from last year. Well, they didn't, though. I think this is a really good example of a toned down, let the devs work on actual work this year kind of sitcom that a lot of people have been vocal about wanting. Yeah, exactly. That's what I kept telling myself throughout this. Every time I felt myself getting disappointed in not being wowed, I just said to myself, you know, well, they're working on the game. You know, they're just fucking working on it. That's why we're getting this sitcom as a 2-hour digital con anyway, because they're working on the bloody game. So I was telling myself that over and over in my head, like, they're just working on it. Not going to a big physical con, everybody doing a sprint up to that con, putting on a big show, probably saved a lot of time. Yeah, Klex, it definitely helps to take a break and come back for sure. I refer to the skeleton behind you, sir. You leave Frederick out of this. Look like a Christmas do where they only invited a bunch of fat, pale, sweaty nerds. Well, why weren't you there then, Dynamic? See ya, buddy. Freaking nerd. I think 2 hours is a good amount of time and they just didn't say enough. If that's all they had to say, then that is troubling. I think they had a lot to say. Like, what else were you expecting other than base building? The only thing they didn't really talk about was base building. And I think it would have been a nothing burger to talk about engineering because we're supposedly getting engineering soon on tech preview. But we've seen that lounge a lot though, Hayes. Yeah, me too, Broheim. I'm a little bit nervous about it. I think it'll be hopefully, you know, there's a couple of reasons probably why they're leaning into instancing. Maybe they're realizing dynamic server meshing isn't going to work the way they hoped. One reason. The second reason maybe because they're trying to appease everyone more at the moment. They've realized they just can't have everything open for PvE maxis to get, you know, picked on by PvP players. They're trying to appease those players as well. And maybe they've realized that they can't maintain the level of performance. They can't create the content they want to create without instancing it a lot of the time. So you know, there's probably multiple reasons that they're doing this. I think I think there's multiple reasons to it. Multiple reasons. Don't forget there's still Squadron that they're working on. I think it was fine. Yeah, we're seeing the Squadron assets coming over now, and if you think that they hit that inflection point in what was it, 2023? Was it 2023 talked about? Yeah, 2023. All this shit, like, they've been working on all this at the same time, as well as new features like crafting and this big tactical instance gameplay, and they're building out that municipal instance. They're instancing Siege of Orison, and that's coming back. You know, crafting. Did I mention crafting? There's still had a lot of people working on a lot of shit for Star Citizen. Yeah, Entropic Flow. I just don't want the instancing to encroach on too much of the open world aspects of the game. That's my biggest fear. Maybe they found out it's too expensive to run it that way. Yeah, I mean, dynamic server meshing is, you know, for a layman like me, it seems so difficult to wrap my head around anyway. But it was one of those things I don't truly understand the real behind the scenes network tech requirement of it, right? I understand how it works, but I don't understand what it would take. And I always thought, you know, man, it would be really cool if that would work, but I don't really truly believe it will. I'm still not sure. At least to the level that they want. Like, what are we even doing with servers still? Do we even know where we're going with servers? CIG still hasn't addressed that fully. Are you going for one big mega server, which in my opinion is completely impossible? Are we going with regional servers? You know, how they still haven't addressed how they want to handle it. I'm perfectly fine with them doing traditional, you know, 3,000 to 5,000 player servers that you join and that's the server you're on for good. Personally. Yo, Disposable, what's up, dude? How are ya? Yeah, exactly, Calexis. I mean, it's certain things need to be curated and certain things shouldn't. Well, that'll be interesting is if when Squadron 42 comes out, will they get more workforce to deal with this here? Well, yeah, this is the big question, Ace. My guess is Chapter 2, if Squadron's a success, which it needs to be. Do you mean 2025, Robert? It's kind of addressed if you understand how AWS works, which is none of the options you laid out technically. What, none of the options? The reasons I said that they might be instancing more, Dagger? It's odd being somewhat disappointed with the con because it mostly serves the current game rather than 1.0. I disagree. Crafting is a big part of 1.0. We're getting that. We've got an update on that. Instancing is a big part of 1.0. You know, the content is a big part of 1.0. Repeatable, the big fleet assault, you know, instance is a part of 1.0. It's all 1.0 content. Now, how the server architecture will come up in terms of regional servers and whatnot. Everything's microservices hosted around the world all the time. I'm not talking from a server architecture perspective, Dagger. I'm talking from a physical world perspective. Like, you can't have everyone on one server. You just can't. The game isn't big enough. Even Star Citizen isn't big enough for that. Well, it is if you then instance it all down, right? If they go the instance route, which I would rather they didn't do that so heavily for open world parts of the game. It's always been tons of interconnected smaller services. Yeah, I think we're talking about two different things, Dagger. And if you're going to like talk about server tech talk and shit, you got to, you know, be talked to in layman terms. But I'm not talking about the tech. I'm talking about the game is not built for everyone being on one giant shard. That's my point. It just doesn't make sense. Like, if there's 4 Hathors and you have tens of thousands of people on one gigantic shard, you're just going to have to instance it down to shit, which is maybe why, and this is my point I made earlier, maybe why they're talking about instancing things more. Previously, what they spoke about was that dynamic server meshing could constantly provide enough server architecture to keep that many people playing in certain areas, right? We're talking about the same, but from different ends, back end versus front end. Okay, right. Is there currently like one EU server and that's it? No, there's like a few EU, few US, few Australian, few Asian. What we see in experience is vastly different from what is actually going on behind the scenes. Yeah, I know that. Nah, Kurtz, I don't think I'm disappointed. No, it was just, I need to just go over it all and collect my thoughts. My initial reaction was, meh, that was kind of lukewarm. But I think I kind of set my expectations for base building to get more on base building. We didn't get anything on base building. But it was decent, I think, overall. This is why all the work and explanation on object container streaming and replication layer disconnecting the load from what we see. A lot of those services spread the load, the bandwidth of what you might think of as traditional server load stuff. Yeah, but like I explained, I'm not talking about this from a server load perspective. I'm talking about this from a playability perspective. You know, I'm talking about 2,000 players at Hathor, right? It just can't happen. So that's why, that's what I keep saying, is that's probably why they're talking more about instancing things. Because the only way to make that possible is just to instance it, because otherwise the experience would be hell. It just wouldn't be fun with that many people, is what I'm saying. It would just be a mess. It'd be chaos, right? If we were all on one shard. If that's the way they're going to go with open world areas of the game, at least. It feels like they're softening the blow for... It feels to me like they're potentially softening the blow for upcoming more instanced content in the game. In their open world, no loading screen space game, right? They've mentioned it a couple of times during this con. They had Richard Tyra talking about it in a very calm, quiet, chilled section of the stream. You know, it feels like they're preparing us for more instancing coming up, probably in areas we didn't expect it. Exactly, Klaus. Yeah, exactly. There's not even enough room for that many players at the big landing zones. So they've got to start instancing shit. I thought we didn't want instancing at Hathor. I thought it was to be open. Is it only open but with limited number of peeps on a server? No, I'm saying it should be open. If they're going to go that open route with it, General So, with Hathor, we should go the traditional server route of having, you know, 3,000 to 5,000 people per server instead of the one shard idea. I was just talking hypothetically, like where are we going with how they're going to handle servers, depending on which way we go. At least if it's like a 3,000 to 5,000 player server, those amount of players spread about across whatever 1.0 looks like with all the different things, all the different places people can be going. I guess there's less chance for these chaotic situations where you could have 1,000 people descend on the same place. But even that's a lot of people, isn't it? Right? So it's like instancing is inevitable. It feels like instancing is inevitable, and it's been one of my, you know, thoughts about this game for years. Like, dynamic server meshing will only do so much. You can't have 1,000 people firing off the laser at a line and mine. Nyx is coming in 4.4 PTU next month, Laffy. Would you rather an error saying the area is too full or instancing? It would have to be instancing, I think. I don't know, actually. If they were going to instance the open world, the replication layer would not have been made as it was. Yeah, true, I guess, to some degree. You're still on the same... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the replication layer is taking your data across multiple DGSs, right? Inside a shard. So you're instanced inside the same shard in a certain DGS. It's still going to be taking all the data the same way. But I guess what you're saying is that if you get split into different instances in the open world part of the game, then there would be... Well, those instances would have to be always the same instance that you go back into, right? I guess. Or it would have to be like a temporary instance with temporary data that just gets wiped once everybody's left that instance. Guys, anyone asking about Squadron 42? They all said before Squadron 42 that they're not going to talk, before the con, they're not going to talk about Squadron 42. It was never on the cards. So they're just working on Squadron 42. They're not going to talk about it. So it doesn't mean it's not coming next year, but who knows? So if you're expecting Squadron 42 this year, I'm sorry. They were never going to show it. Same with, they said they were not going to focus on 1.0, I thought, but they gave us a little update. Yeah, I agree with you there, Broheim. Overworld should be very minimally instanced, yeah. In an example where an open world location gets full, more shards spawn in parallel. Oh, the music's very loud. Yeah, and that would ultimately be a new instance, wouldn't it? Because you'd be experiencing a death and half or to the other person in the other shard that got spun up, or the DGS that got spun up in this case. One of their examples was a QT jump could drop you in an instance, so when you QT to the laser, that drops you into the 100, 200, 1,000 person instance over Hathor with its own server. Yes. Correct. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to figure out, I guess you would ultimately have to figure out a perfect number to ensure that you're always experiencing this thing as emergent and as naturally and organically as possible. Like I said earlier, my fear is that you're going to be in the shit instance with 100 people while the epic instance with 200 or 300 people is going on and you can't get to it. Or you're just like, you're experiencing your own shitty version of that battle simultaneously while they're experiencing the good one. It was okay until time. It was okay. My initial reaction was lukewarm, but I think, going back over it now and talking about what they showed, it was all pretty good, I suppose. Some good stuff in there, some concerning stuff about instancing. Really, Hayes, you think? I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to go over this and I'll probably be putting out a video of it. My thoughts of it and breaking down some of the stuff. There's probably a lot I need to go over again and kind of remind myself and kind of dive deeper and get a better bearing on it. But generally, all pretty good stuff, really. The game is definitely shaping up. We're getting a whole new system soon. At least this system seems to be, slightly more geared towards mining and things, which makes it a little bit different to Pyro and Stanton. And it's going to have its own unique events. There's going to be hauler missions between the different systems, which is good. At least it's different in that sense. And they also talked about NPC pirates being a problem again, like mid-mission, so you're going to get interdicted on your way, which means you need to bring a friend or gunners. Convoy gameplay, oh yeah. Intra-system hauling sounds lovely. Yeah, I mean, you can do that anyway at the moment with commodities, but now you'll have missions to do it. Yeah, Slade, but that's not all I'm talking about, playing with friends. The tax strikes sound real cool, Pigs, for sure, dude. Yeah, we literally said that last year when they talked about instancing. We said we need like these space fleet battles to be instanced so that everything works well and the AI are challenging and that they can, give it multiple layers, almost like a Star Wars Squadrons game. Yeah, all good, Canary. Thanks, dude. Hope you're well. I am very fucking tired at the moment. I probably look tired as shit. I didn't get any sleep last night. I think I was excited and nervous about CitizenCon today, so I barely got any sleep. I'm feeling like trying to keep my eyes open at the moment. But other than that, all good, dude. Hope you're well. Tactical strikes. Yeah, tactical strikes. Thank you, Canary. Hell, I hope they have PvP in those areas, maybe even player van duel. In the tactical strikes, I don't think there'll be PvP, pigs. Unless you shooting your party mates. But those Nyx incursions, the Nyx dynamic event or sandbox activity, looks like it will be PvEVP for sure. What makes you say that? Because those tactical strikes seem to be geared around, they're like a PvE raid, pigs. That's the way I saw it.
Incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating. So we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team.
I don't think this needs PvP elements, pigs. Personally, that's just my thoughts. You've got all these layers and objectives. You've got to fly through that tunnel and shoot the, systems, bring the power down. It's going to be impossible with 2 or 3 freaking other players ramming you every time you want to hit an objective or doing this and doing that, I don't know. Want to have the opposing forces be players? Well, this is only one tactical strike that they're showing us, right? This could be the PvE raid. They could definitely do some sort of PvP instance version of it later down the line. That would be great. I think initially, at least, they should give us some sort of PvE combat experience like this. You can do as a raid, like doing Onyxia with your friends in WoW or something. You've got like all the other open world stuff for that. Line of Mine, Stormbreaker, this Nyx sandbox activity, a Line of Mine 2.0.
Together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this.
How'd you queue up for a PvP instance?
3 big arms.
It's a good point.
You
You'd be going like Warsong Gulch
this big energy
route
core.
at that point.
Everything here has a purpose.
Or they hand it out as a mission that you share with your group, and then you get like the coordinates to jump to it, and you just jump to it, and that's the instance there. So only a certain amount of people can get the mission. Something. They could have loads of them going at any... If it's instance, they could have loads of them going. So you wouldn't be fighting for the location with other players. You just sort of take it, choose the side you want to take the contract, get the quantum jump marker, jump to that, then you're in the instance. Your team is in the instance, their team is in the instance. I guess then how would you start it? How would you initiate it? For both teams, you'd have to have like a start match sequence, at which point it's basically Arena Commander.
It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has
Kinda
been
like scabs in
outfitted
Tarkov?
to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vandal.
How would it work that you'd have to like everyone would have to click ready and start match, or you? I don't know. How does it work in Tarkov? Can you drop in mid game? I guess you probably can. Seems like I don't know. Seems unnecessary, at least for this one. You could do that with maybe another one, but
Capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the
they
firepower
don't mention
to
anything
destroy
about
even the
players in
biggest
this.
capital
So.
ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these
They're trying to
is so we can
craft
sort of
narrative, engaging
make it so we
TV
can mix up
experiences
that
for you and
ship
your
combat
friends
and
that
not
are
everyone can
instant, so
just
they'll
bring the
just
biggest
work.
ship and win just
Putting
because
players in there is going to just basically shit all that up.
they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy.
Yeah, you could have players arrive in reinforcement
has
waves,
shields
but
that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage.
that's not what they're trying to
your
build here.
missiles
That's
won't do
just not
anything.
what this event
your
is.
lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics won't do anything
raid
to
is
them.
supposed
but
to
like
be
everything,
for
they
now.
do have a weakness.
Maybe they
You
can
have
do that in
to
another
cut
one
the
for
power
sure.
to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are
Yeah,
resistant
Lorix,
to
I
energy-based
was
attacks.
asking myself that question, like, well, I could just fly through this at my own pace and destroy everything, but the distortion pressure is going to force you to fly through at a certain speed.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power
They just got to
relays
make
have
sure
been
that all
taken
the
down,
AI
station
is
opens up.
And this is
working
where things
and
get really cool.
a threat and, you know, challenging. And I think they can. I think they can do that. We're seeing more and more improvements to the AI in the PU. Yeah, Galexis. So yeah, guys, you know what? It's nearly midnight, 11:30. I think we've covered enough. I think we're probably good to wrap up there. Thanks, TRF. Thanks, dude. Take care. I'll see you soon. Cheers, Pilgrim. Yeah, it's been a good stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Really appreciate everybody spending your time here for CitizenCon. Means a lot. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the con. DigiCon. And thanks so much for your time hanging out and the conversation and the memes and the fun. It was really good. Another one in the bag. Another year done, everybody. What's that? Year 13 now? This game has officially been in development for 13 years since it was announced in 2012. Another year down. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Next year is going to be good. I think next year is going to be really good, to be quite honest. This year's been good, in my opinion. It's been a really good year. Next year is going to be... it's going to be like this year, but with more new features to sink our teeth into as well. Plus, all the content we have from this year that's replayable, and they can tie into new updates and things. So, the game is really getting fleshed out. next year will really give us hopefully a better idea of where we're going with 1.0, I think. Yeah, cheers, guys. All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you all. You have a great rest of your weekend, whatever you get up to. Thanks again for everything. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the subs and the biddies today as well. Red Omega, if you're still there, thank you for the massive gift bomb as well. Really appreciate the support. Oh, I missed Pimpness. Are you there, dude? Oh, sorry, man. I missed that resub. Pimpness, thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Really appreciate that. 98 months. Hopefully he's here. Dennis with the new media membership on YouTube as well. There's some more, but they're not here for some reason. Thank you for the super chats. Thanks for the bits, everybody. Thanks, GT. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Clacky. Thanks, guys. All right, I'll see you all very soon. Collectors, thanks for the support as well. I'll be back Monday. Have a great weekend. I'm sure we'll be talking about this con for a while now. I'll be back Monday. You guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night, guys. GG's.
Fuck off, GT.